The dog thinks it's time to dance. Sorry. Hi, guys. Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. We are watching something a little bit different today, and I hope you enjoy it. We have to expand our horizons a little bit, guys, because the reality is that we're running out of detention dockets. We're gonna rewatch always. But anyways, for those of you who are new here, please hit that like or the dislike button. That's how we clock in for our shift here in the kitchen. And I would like to introduce everybody to Larry Beaver. Larry Beaver is the channel mascot at this point, and he I want your outfits on Larry so that I can flash them at the beginning of all of the options, all of the beginnings. So that's what we're looking for. I want to have Larry Beaver in every option that there is possible. Okay. This is, in fact, another kitchen that I have ascertained the use of. I don't know how to say it. Anyways, it is super hot tonight. It is still light out where I am. As you can see, I am on the west coast of Canada. And so I'm from Canada. Forgive me for that. No, but seriously, what that means is I have no real experience except for just watching court online like most of you people. And speaking of that, we have the best chat in the world around here. So if you have questions, concerns, random things that you have to talk about, we are the place to do it. So without further ado, oh, sorry, Larry, could you just step away for a minute? I'm going to show your Yes, this is Larry Beaver. I was calling him Business Beaver, but this might just be Winter Beaver. I'm not even sure. I would also love to hear what you had for dinner tonight. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, that's okay. Tell me what you wish you had for dinner instead. I love reading all of the things that you have for dinner. Billy Elliot, see, I told you. I would prove it. Also, it is a med check time. That means for anybody that takes meds, think about your meds. And if you need to take them, take them. Okay? Jonathan's having chips and salsa. Amanda's having my favorite thing in the world, weed. Christmas beaver, Twizzlers, and iced coffee from these hands. Um, Cozy Beaver is cozy. Toby's having tacos. Nobody ever said it has to only be on Tuesdays. Um, I so enjoy hearing what you guys. Well, I thought this was a tie first as well, but anyways. Also, yeah, hit that like button. Or dislike. It's fine. Autumn had fried mushrooms with fried zucchini, and Cachette is about to eat some corn dogs. Esquio, that can't be a real kitchen. There's no beans spilt on the side. You want me to show you the mess that I just shoved off to the one side? It's a real kitchen, I promise you. Um, Oreo cookies and a glass of milk from Rita, who's having a staycation. We are excited for that. We're not fancy, Keshet. We ain't fancy. Um, Seriously, love having you guys here. Excited for an evening of fun and games. What we're going to start out with is well, okay, we'll start out with court because court is like the way to be. Um, there's lots out of place in the kitchen, believe me. Believe me. And it's not even my kitchen, believe me. But I will make coffee later. We have a real coffee maker over here. Carrie, hi, how are you doing? Um, I should take a good picture of this kitchen though and use it as a fake background. That's what I think. Um, I have only ever had a corn dog at Disneyland, just so you know. And is the lag better? It's working. It's good. We happy? Happy, happy, happy. Um, Kate, mother-in-law had a buffet, spaghetti, rice-a-roni, chicken and pastry, salmon patties, fried squash, and 2 other pots you didn't even look in. What if those were the pots of gold, Kate? I'm just kidding. That sounds delicious. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Um, you're from the UK, you've never seen a corn dog. Well, I was actually born in the UK, and so I have a love of iron brew, which I'm sure you know of, but I can't really get here very easily. And I also love Scottish bread. I've talked about this many, many times. Anyways, okay, let's get it going with the what I have to offer tonight, which is one of a great recommended judge who we've all seen before, maybe in a little bit snippets, but mostly I think that this is going to be a channel that we're going to watch regularly. It is a great vibe for us, like just got good vibe for us. So, anyways, yeah, Larry, shall we get down to Travis County, Texas? Do you think so? Okay. Let's go down to Travis County, Texas, and find out what is going on down there today.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Good morning, Ricardo. Thank you for joining us again.
My pleasure, Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm here. It's already been a really long day.
I understand.
All right. Do we have with us Fabian Colin, Carlos Omar Gonzalez Cruz, and Francisco Jose Ortiz Zavala?
Buenas noches. Tenemos con nosotros a Fabián Colín, a Carlos Omar González Cruz y a Francisco José Ortiz Zavala.
Wave, gentlemen.
Levanten la mano, caballeros.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right. My name is Tanisha Jeffers, and I'm going to be magistrating you all this morning.
Bien, yo soy la juez, Tanisha Jeffers, y yo les voy a dar su instrucción de cargos esta mañana.
First, we're going to go over your general rights.
Primero les voy a explicar sus derechos generales.
You have the right to remain silent.
Tienen el derecho de permanecer callados.
You are not required to make a statement.
No están obligados a decir nada.
Any statement you do make, however, can and will be used as evidence against you should your case proceed to trial.
Cualquier cosa que digan, sin embargo, será y podrá ser utilizado como evidencia en su contra si su caso llega a tener un juicio.
You have the right to retain an attorney.
Tienen el derecho de contratar un abogado.
You have the right to have that attorney present during any interview with any peace officers or other attorneys who may represent the state.
Tienen el derecho de tener a ese abogado presente con ustedes durante cualquier cuestionamiento por parte de la policía o la fiscalía.
You have the right to terminate an interview at any time.
Tienen el derecho de dar por terminada cualquier entrevista en cualquier momento.
If you are indigent and cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to request the appointment of an attorney.
Si se les considera indigentes y no tienen los medios para contratar un abogado, pueden solicitar que se les asigne un abogado de oficio.
You have the right to an examining trial, which is a pre-hearing, if you're charged with a felony.
Tendrán el derecho a un juicio examinatorio si se le acusa de algún delito grave.
You will be given a reasonable time and opportunity to consult with an attorney.
Se le dará el tiempo y la oportunidad razonable de consultar con su abogado.
And you will be admitted to bail if allowed by law.
Y la fianza se otorgará según marca la ley.
Do you have any questions, gentlemen, regarding your general rights?
¿Tendrán alguna pregunta, caballeros, respecto a sus derechos generales?
Okay, thank you.
Bien, gracias.
Next, we're going to go over the 4 main ways to be released from custody.
Ahora les voy a explicar las 4 formas principales en que pueden ser liberados.
The first way is to post the full amount of your bail in cash or with a cashier's check.
La primera forma es depositando el monto total de su fianza en forma de efectivo o con cheque de cajero.
That is the full amount, not a percentage or a payment plan.
Y esa es la cantidad total. No es un porcentaje ni un plan de pago.
That money is kept on deposit with the sheriff's office until your case is resolved.
Ese dinero queda en depósito con la oficina del sheriff hasta que se resuelva su caso.
Once your case is resolved, those monies are returned to you.
Una vez que se resuelva su caso, esos dineros se le reembolsan a usted.
The second way to be released from custody is by hiring a bail bondsman.
La segunda forma en que pueden ser liberados es contratando a una afianzadora.
A bail bondsman will in general charge you 10 to 15% of the bond amount to obtain your release from jail.
En general, una afianzadora les va a cobrar entre el 10 y el 15% del monto de su fianza para lograr su liberación.
Any fee you pay a bondsman, however, is non-refundable.
Sin embargo, cualquier cosa que usted le pague a una afianzadora no es reembolsable.
When you are back at the post, you will be given access to the different phone numbers of different bail bondsmen, if that is what you desire.
Cuando regresen a los separos, se les dará acceso a los diferentes números telefónicos de afianzadoras, si eso es lo que usted desea.
The third way to be released from custody is by qualifying for personal bond.
La tercera forma en que pueden ser liberados es calificando para una fianza personal.
A personal bond is essentially your promise to return to court.
Una fianza personal es esencialmente su promesa de regresar al juzgado.
The fourth and final way to be released from custody is by hiring an attorney.
La cuarta y última forma en que pueden ser liberados es contratando a un abogado.
An attorney can obtain either a surety bond or personal bond on your behalf.
Un abogado le podrá obtener una fianza en efectivo con garantía a nombre de usted.
Additionally, any fee you pay an attorney to get you released from custody will oftentimes go towards your total legal fees if you end up hiring that attorney to handle the rest of your case. That way, you do not have to pay twice.
Además, el dinero que usted le pague a su abogado, a algún abogado para lograr su liberación, muchas veces se utiliza también para manejar el resto de su caso si usted termina contratando a ese abogado. De esa manera, no tendrá que pagar dos veces.
Regardless of how you get out of custody, make sure you return for all your court dates or a warrant will be issued for your arrest.
Sin importar de qué manera logra su liberación, asegúrese de cumplir con todas sus comparecencias en el juzgado. De otra manera, se emitirá una orden de presión en su contra.
Do you have any questions, gentlemen, regarding the four main ways to be released from custody?
¿Tendrán alguna pregunta, caballeros, respecto a las 4 formas principales en que pueden ser liberados?
La fianza personal no lo tiene que firmar uno a fuerza, ¿verdad?
A personal bond, you don't have to sign it. You're not obligated to sign it, right?
No, sir, you can refuse. Yes, sir.
No, señor, usted sí se puede negar.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Ortiz Zabala, Mr. Gonzalez Cruz, and Mr. Colin, if you are non-United States citizens, you may request that your country's consular officers here in the United States be notified of your situation.
Sí, de nada. Señores Ortiz Zavala, González Cruz y Colín, si ustedes no son ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos, ustedes tienen derecho a que se les avise al oficial consular de sus países que ustedes se encuentran aquí en la cárcel.
You may also communicate with your consular officer.
También podrán comunicarse ustedes con su oficial consular.
A consular officer may be able to help you obtain legal representation, contact your family, and visit you in detention, among other things.
Un oficial consular podrá ayudarles a conseguir representación legal, avisarle a su familia, visitarlo en la cárcel, entre otras cosas.
If you would like us to notify your consular officer, you can request this notification now.
Si ustedes desean que se le avise al oficial consular de su país, usted lo puede solicitar ahora mismo.
Mr. Ortiz Zabala, what is your country of origin, sir?
Señor Ortiz Zavala, ¿cuál es su país de origen, señor?
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Would you like us to notify your consular officer for your native country of Venezuela?
¿Desea usted que se le avise al oficial consular de su país natal de Venezuela?
Sí, aparte tengo un hermano acá también.
Yes, and aside from that, I have a brother who lives here too.
All right, wonderful. So
Muy bien, me parece perfecto, así se ordena.
Mr. Colin, what is your country of origin, sir?
Señor Colin, ¿cuál es su país de origen, señor?
México.
México.
Would you like for us to contact your consular officer for your native country of Mexico?
¿Desea usted que se le avise al oficial consular de su país natal de México?
No.
No,
So ordered.
así se ordena.
Mr. Gonzalez Cruz, what is your country of origin, sir?
Señor González Cruz, ¿cuál es su país de origen, señor?
México.
México.
Would you like for us to notify your consular officer for your native country of Mexico?
¿Desea usted que le avisemos al oficial consular de su país natal de México?
No.
No.
All right, so ordered.
Bien, así se ordena.
Next, we're going to go over your individual charge and bond amounts.
Ahora vamos a hablar en forma individual de qué se les acusa y de cuánto es su fianza.
Mr. Ortiz Zavala, you have been charged with a Class A misdemeanor driving while intoxicated.
Señor Ortiz Zavala, a usted se le acusa de un delito menor de clase A por manejar en estado de ebriedad.
The range of punishment on a type of offense in the state of Texas is up to 1 year in the county jail and a $4,000 fine.
El rango de castigo por este tipo de delitos en el estado de Texas es hasta 1 año en cárcel de condado y $4,000 de multa.
That bond has been set at $5,000 plus an efficient interlock device.
Su fianza se fijó en $5,000, además de un aparato de bloqueo de ignición.
In addition to that, sir, you have an ICE detainer at this time.
Además de eso, señor, el Servicio de Inmigración y Control de Aduanas lo está deteniendo.
Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount?
¿Tendrá usted alguna pregunta, señor, respecto al cargo o al monto de su fianza?
Con respecto al monto de mi fianza, o sea, para liberarme tendría que pagar que los 5,000 o eso es por cuotas, no sé.
As to my bail amount, in order to be released, do I have to pay the $5,000 or can I make payments? I don't know.
Right, you can hire any attorney or bondsman of your choice.
Sí, usted puede contratar a un abogado o alguna afianzadora de su elección.
The going rate to get out of jail in Travis County at this time is 5 to 10% of the bond amount.
La tarifa en el condado de Travis actual para ser liberado es entre el 5 y el 10% del monto de su fianza.
For you, that works out to be anywhere between $250 to $500 to any attorney or bondsman of your choice.
Para usted, esa cantidad viene siendo entre $250 y $500 que le pagaría a una afianzadora o abogado de su elección.
In addition to that, you must also hire an immigration attorney who can lift the ICE hold on your behalf.
Además de esto, usted también podría contratar un abogado de inmigración que le levante la detención de inmigración.
Do you understand that process, sir?
¿Sí entiende usted ese proceso, señor?
Sí, claro, tendría que ponerme en comunicación con ellos o llamar a mi hermano a ver que de verdad no sé, yo no conozco, no sé qué hacer acá.
Yes, I would have to get in touch with them or call my brother. I really don't know how it works over here.
Right, either one. Call your family, or you're going to be given access to the phone now that you've seen me. You can hire any attorney or bondsman of your choice.
Sí, cualquiera de los dos. Usted podrá llamarle a su hermano o llamar y contratar a algún abogado o afianzadora de su elección. Ya que me ha visto a mí, ya le van a dar acceso al teléfono.
Are you requesting a court-appointed attorney at this time, sir, to help you with this case?
¿Solicita usted un abogado de oficio en esos momentos, señor, que le ayude con su caso?
Por favor, sí.
Please, yes.
All right, so ordered.
Bien, así se ordena.
All right, Uber in the future, Mr. Ortiz Zabala. Take care of yourself.
Bien, Uber en el futuro, señor Ortiz Zavala, con cuidado.
¿Cómo?
Uber en el futuro, señor, y con cuidado.
Ok.
Ok.
Next, we have Mr. Gonzalez Cruz.
Ahora tenemos al señor González Cruz.
Sir, you have been charged with an out-of-county misdemeanor on an underlying assault from Hayes County.
Señor, a usted se le acusa de un delito que es de otro condado. Se origina por una agresión del condado de Hayes.
That bond had been set at $6,000 cash assurity, but I removed the cash assurity condition to allow you to post bond out of Travis County and not to have to wait the 10 days in jail for Hayes County to pick you up.
Su fianza se fijó en $6,000 y se le había puesto una condición de que fuera en efectivo o con una garantía. Yo le he quitado esa condición de que sea en efectivo con una garantía para que usted pueda poner su fianza, que no tenga que esperar los 10 días a que viniera el condado de Hayes por usted.
Do you have any questions, sir, regarding your charge or bond amount?
¿Tendrá usted alguna pregunta, señor, respecto al cargo o al monto de su fianza?
¿De cuánto sería la fianza? Pero no escuché bien.
How much is my bail amount? I'm sorry, I can hear quite well.
$5,000.
$5,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you requesting a court-appointed attorney at this time, sir, to help you with this case?
¿Solicita usted un abogado de oficio, señor, en estos momentos para que le ayude con su caso?
No.
No.
All right, so ordered.
Bien, así se ordena.
Take care of yourself, sir.
Con cuidado, señor.
Next, we have Mr. Colin.
I can't do the translation anymore. That's not what's next. I just called myself a dumbass.
No, is it Jike? GK. Okay, so Guy, can you ask Ms. GK if she can hear you?
Okay. Oui, bonsoir. Madame JK, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
What day was this in Travis County where they only have people that speak in French and frickin' Spanish? What in the absolute next? Thank you. Next, as a Canadian who doesn't speak French.
Why you get to, oh, there we go. All right, thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Tanisha Jeffers. I'm going to be magistrating you all this morning.
Yo soy la juez Tanisha Jeffers y yo les
No,
voy a dar
not him again. What is going on? I'm so sorry. I just want one hearing. Just one that's English. For now. I took 4 years
All right,
Spanish
thank you,
and
Officer Morgan.
You're welcome.
Are you Mr. Quintero?
¿Es usted el señor Quintero?
All right.
Yes.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Tanisha Jeffers, and I'm going
For Mr. Godinez.
Okay, gentlemen, we are live on YouTube. And the judge will be right with you.
my odds are feeling pretty good right now, but I don't know. I am also bad at learning languages, which is why I made my daughter learn French immersion from the age of...
All right, gentlemen, can y'all hear me okay? Great. Good morning. I'm Judge Vigorito. I'm the magistrate judge this morning. I'm not here to decide whether you're innocent or guilty. I'm just here to explain your charges, your rights, and your options on how to get out of jail. Now, all of you are charged with some type of a criminal offense based on the sworn statement of a law enforcement officer. That officer is swearing to enough facts that would lead a reasonable person to believe that you committed a criminal offense. That does not mean you've been found guilty. You are presumed innocent unless proven guilty. You'll have an opportunity to talk to an attorney before making any decisions about how to handle your case. If you want a copy of the statement of the police officer that's being used as the basis for your charges, you can get that from your attorney or the clerk's office in the next few days. Now, you're all entitled to certain rights under the Constitution. In any criminal case, I'm gonna go over your rights, and I'm gonna talk about your options on how to get out of jail, and then I'm gonna call you each one by one and talk to you about your individual situation. At that point, you'll have an opportunity to ask any questions you have, and I'll do my best to answer your questions, okay? In any criminal case, you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statements about your case. If you give up your right to remain silent, whatever you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you. If you don't have the money to hire your own lawyer, you can request a court-appointed lawyer. If the police or the prosecutor want to talk to you about the facts of your case, you don't have to talk to them about it if you don't want to. If you choose to talk to them, you can end the interview at any time, and you have the right to have a lawyer present during any discussion with the police or prosecutor about your case. You also have a right to a reasonable amount of time to talk with your lawyer before making any decisions about your case. If you're charged with a felony, you have the right to request an examining trial. That's not a full-blown trial. That's a preliminary hearing to argue that there's no probable cause, no reasonable basis to charge you with a crime. You could talk with your lawyer about whether that option makes sense in your case. If you're not a U.S. citizen, you need to be aware that a conviction of a criminal offense can affect your immigration status, your right to be in this country, and your ability to become a naturalized citizen in the future. And lastly, if you're not from the United States, you do have the right to request that we contact the embassy of your home country and let them know that you're here. Is there anybody here who's not from the United States and you want us to contact their home embassy? Anybody? No? All right. I know you all want to get out of jail. If you're able to get out of jail, you need to make sure you show up for all your court dates. If you don't, you'll be rearrested. It'd be a lot more difficult for you to get out of jail once you're back here. So if you're able to get out of jail, don't throw away your paperwork. Pay attention to when you need to be at court. There are 4 ways to get out of jail, and I'll explain each one of them. The first way is to qualify for a personal bond. If you were to qualify for a personal bond, you'd be released for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates. You'd have a bond amount set, but you wouldn't have to pay any of the bond amount in order to get out of jail. You would have to pay a one-time $20 or $40 personal bond fee within a week after your release, and an envelope would be attached to your paperwork to send that in. Now, personal bonds are offered in instances where the case is not too serious and where we have a reasonable certainty that you'll come to court when you're supposed to, and that you won't be a danger to others or society if we let you out of jail while your case is pending. So we'll look at the facts of your case, your criminal record, your references, your history of coming to court in the past, and when I call your name, I'll let you know where you stand on the personal bond. If you qualify, you'll be released in the next few hours. Now, if you qualify for a personal bond, it still means you need to show up for court. As long as you show up for court, you won't ever have to pay the bond amount. If you don't show up for court, you will be rearrested, and then the county will sue you for the bond amount. So make sure you show up for court when you get out of jail, even on a personal bond. If you don't qualify for a personal bond, then you have 3 other ways to get out of jail. Those 3 ways are: you can hire a bail bondsman, you can hire a lawyer, or you can have someone come down to the jail with the full amount of the bond in cash. Now, if you go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer, it's between you and them how much they charge and what they can do for you. I can tell you that in Travis County, most bail bond companies tend to charge around 10% of the bond amount as their fee to get you out. So, for example, if your bond amount's $5,000, bail bondsmen often charge you around $500 or more as their fee to get you out. You can also go through a lawyer. An attorney can come down here and try to convince me or one of the other judges to give you a personal bond that you weren't able to get on your own. A lawyer can advocate on your behalf based on the unique facts of your case and your situation and try to get you a personal bond. If you don't have the money to hire your own lawyer, you can request a court-appointed lawyer, and your court-appointed lawyer can do the same thing and try to get you out of jail. The last way to get out is to pay the full amount of the bond in cash. If someone comes down to the jail with the full amount of the bond, not 10%, but the full amount in cash, cashier's check, or money order, then you'll be released. And as long as you come to all your court dates, at the end of your case, you'll get your money back. Whereas if you go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer, whatever money you pay them, you generally won't get back. That's their fee to get you out. That's your 4 ways to get out of jail: qualify for a personal bond, hire a bail bondsman, hire a lawyer, pay the full cash bond. Regardless of which way you use, make sure you come to all your court dates or you will be rearrested. I'm gonna call your names. I'm gonna tell you your charges and your bond amount, and then I'm gonna ask you whether you want a court-appointed attorney or whether you want to hire your own lawyer. If you have any questions at that point, go ahead and ask me your questions. I'll do my best to answer your questions. If you want to know the punishment range or the charge that you're facing, just ask me and I'll tell you. All right, Michael Morris.
In the cell. You are? Morris is in the cell.
Oh,
Michael Don Morris is not here. What?
oh, okay. Yes, sir. Looks like Morris.
Did I get the
Okay.
wrong?
Yeah, I didn't see him on my list, but okay.
This is post 1, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but he's not here. Okay, all right, we'll do him later. Robert Mann. Mr. Mann, you have a motion to revoke your probation on a felony unlawful possession of a firearm charge, and you have no bond on that. The probation judge is denied bond. Now, the probation judge does have the discretion to set a bond, but that would be up to your attorney to go talk to that judge and try to convince them to give you an opportunity to bond out. So you could talk to your lawyer about that. You also have a charge out of Bexar County for burglary of a building. This is a charge back from, I believe, 2021 or so, something like that. Your bond amount on that is set at $12,000. Now, do you want a court-appointed attorney in both Travis and Williamson in Bexar County?
I have one.
You have your own attorney? You've hired a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Yep. William Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Thompson, you're charged with a state jail felony, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Your bond amount is set at $15,000. You are not going to get a personal bond because you keep getting arrested for the same thing. You're going to need to hire a bail bondsman or a lawyer to get out. A bail bondsman often charge around 10%, which in this case would be around $1,500. If you do post bond and get out of jail, Mr. Thompson, one of the conditions of your release is you're required to be on an electronic monitor. So if you do post bond, the monitoring agency is going to come and install a device on your leg, and you are required to go straight home, and you are under house arrest. You are not allowed to leave.
Excuse me, sir. I have one thing to tell you. They put me on the charge of burglary of a vehicle, sir. I was not in the vehicle, nothing of in any type of way, shape, or form in possession of the vehicle at all, sir.
I cannot talk to you. Listen to me. I cannot talk to you about the facts of the case without your lawyer present, and that's for your protection, because this is a recorded proceeding, and whatever you say can be used against you. So what I want to do now, I don't want you to comment on. I can tell you that I've read the police report, and the allegations are that you admitted to the police officer that you were driving the vehicle. Do not make any comments on that. Talk to your lawyer about it. Your bond amount is $15,000. You're under house arrest. If you postpone, the monitoring agency is going to put the monitor on your leg. You're required to go straight home. You're not allowed to leave the house except to go to court and maybe to go to work if you have a consistent location where your job is. All right. Now, I know you have your side of the story. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I don't want you to compromise your interest by making any statements without consulting.
Yes, thank you.
You want a court-appointed attorney, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Yeah, I'll say court appointed.
You have any questions?
No, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Anthony Villegas. Mr. Villegas, you are charged with an out-of-county felony out of Hayes County. This is a bond forfeiture for failing to come to court on a possession of controlled substance charge. Now, the district judge in Hayes County has set your bond, because it's a bond forfeiture and failing to come to court, has set your bond at a $100,000 cash assured. What that means is that you either have to come up with $100,000 cash or go through a bail bondsman. A bail bondsman will often charge around 10%, which in this case would be around $10,000. You can also go through a lawyer, and your lawyer can go discuss the matter with the district judge in Hayes County, and that district judge has the discretion to reinstate the old bond or even give you a personal bond. It's something your attorney can go explain to that district judge why you didn't show up for court and try to convince that judge to give you a better arrangement. Okay. Do you want a court-appointed attorney, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I'll hire my lawyer.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah. Okay. I was trying to do it, but I didn't have the right address. I wasn't getting no information on the court, the court or anything. So
well, that's certainly something your attorney can bring up.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, is your attorney can try to communicate with the district judge if there's a misunderstanding, and your attorney can try to explain that to the judge, or argue for a lower bond amount.
So if I hire a bail bond and just give them 10,000, I will be out.
So if it's up to you to find the cheapest bondsman you can find. That most of them do start at around 10%. But yes, if they agree to bond you out, then you'll be released based on your promise to show up in Hayes County on your court dates. That's right. Okay. Now, Mr. Villegas, you also have, 12 or 13 unpaid traffic tickets that you've never come to court on. Now you need to take care of your business on these. This is almost all of them are from 2017. And so you need to take care of these. Now, I'm not going to hold you in jail on these because they're only punishable by a fine, not jail time. So I'm not going to keep you in jail. But when you do get out of jail, whenever that is, you're going to have a piece of paper telling you when and where your court date is. on that at traffic court. Now, that's a totally different courthouse, totally different court date, and you don't need a lawyer for it, but you do need to show up. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck.
All right, thank you so much. Have a
You're
good day.
welcome. You too. Luis Gerardo Vizcarra.
It's me.
Mr. Vizcarra, you are charged with a state jail felony theft with a bond amount of $4,000.
Oh, boss man, I'll collaborate for everything. I know me and my girlfriend, we were.
Sorry, we're just gonna have to back that up. Did he just say boss man?
It's me.
Mr. Vizcarra, you are charged with a state jail felony theft with a bond amount of $4,000.
Oh, boss man, I'll collaborate for everything. I know me and my girlfriend, we were getting a tire for my car.
Okay, I don't want you to talk about the facts of the case. I know you have your side of the story.
No. I give everything away. They got the proof that it's not me. They got the video and everything. I give everything away. I don't know why they locked me up when they got the video and everything. The name of the guy and everything. I don't know why I'm here. That's what I'm telling you. I can apply for a PR bond so I can show them that it's not me. So I can tell them that I was in the wrong place when I asked my friend for help and he put me in the wrong spot. That's what I was trying to tell you.
So talk to, and you certainly have the right to fight your case and talk to your lawyer about it. If they've got if your lawyer has the evidence to exonerate you, they could bring that to the district attorney's office.
Yes, Judge, but I'm asking you for a PR bond so I can show them that it wasn't me because I got things. I got a job. I'm gonna lose my job, my girlfriend, and I was in the wrong spot when my friend lied to me. You know what I mean? That's what I tell you. They give that. They keep that.
I
got the video.
hear you.
They got the video, the name, and everything.
Here's the problem.
I'm here.
Well, here's the problem. You're on felony probation right now, and you've
Yes, that's what I've been
and according to the probation department, you've not reported for the last couple of meetings that you're supposed to report on.
I did report already. I'm good with my probation officer and everything. My probation officer is John Vasquez. You can call him. I'm good with him. I report and everything, drug test and everything. I'll be trying to tell you that.
Our staff pulled up your records on the probation and shows that you failed to report in December 20th, January 12th, February 6th, February 22nd, March 9th.
No. I got late in that one. I got late in those, but I report. Every single one, I report.
Well, listen,
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to do a personal bond because you're on felony probation, and I've read the police report. I'm familiar with the facts of the case. That's something you could discuss with your lawyer about.
Yes, but we give everything away, the name, the video, and everything. So why are they gonna keep me right here when it's not? I was part of it, but they lied to me when my friend put me in the wrong spot. That's what I had to tell you, Judge, because it's not right. You can check the videos. I've been saying the truth. I told the truth, nothing but the truth. I cried saying the truth, boss man. I was asking for help fixing my car.
Okay.
And I go to jail.
Maybe he's a writer. Maybe he's a singer. Maybe he's a rapper. I believe he calls him a boss leader on this one. Let's just check this.
Your lawyer about.
Yes, but we give everything away, the name, the video, and everything. So why are they gonna keep me right here when it's not? I was part of it, but they lied to me when my friend put me in the wrong spot. That's what I had to tell you, Judge, because it's not right. You can check the videos. I've been saying the truth. I told the truth, nothing but the truth. I cried saying the truth, boss man. I was asking for help fixing my car.
Okay.
And I go to jail.
I'm telling you, I'm not the one for you to tell this to.
Everything I love.
Gotta
I don't want to cry in front of everybody. YouTube, bro. For real, I'm telling you straight up. It wasn't because I asked my friend for a spare tire,
Okay.
and I fix it, and I get caught by the law saying it's a stolen car. When my friend lied to me, and I give my friend away names, and they got the video and everything, and I told them it's him, and they keep taking it away. Boss man, that's not right.
Do you have a place to live?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I say that is because right now, because it shows here, our records show that you didn't have a place to live, and I just wanted to clarify that. I was looking at your financial situation and all of that.
I just got even back in my work with my girlfriend, and we just stay in my friend's house. I'm telling you, we got everything. I don't want to go to jail. I want to apply for the PR bond so I can show you. I'm telling you the truth. They got the video. Check everything. I was saying the truth, everything last night for real. Yes, sir. Cause I don't want to, I got a job, I got girlfriend. My family member just died 2 days ago from my aunt in Mexico, bro. I will beg you for myself in these 5, bro. Please, bro, so I can show you, Judge. It's not right, bro. What they did to me.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have my staff contact the probation officer directly to find out if the records we're looking at in terms of your consistent failure to report is an accurate one or whether those things have been resolved. And if I hear back from them with a more positive report, then I will relook at it again and consider it, but I can't guarantee it. I'm familiar with the police report and I'm familiar with the allegations on the case, but I'm not going to communicate with you the alternative versions and because this is something you really need to discuss with your lawyer. Okay.
It's not right. It's not right, bro. It's not right.
I tell you what, I'm gonna have my staff contact the probation department and and see if we can get a hold of the probation officer directly, because the records that we have about what you're doing on probation is not very positive at all. But
I'll talk to my PO.
I'll reach out to the PO. We'll reach out to the PO, and if the PO has a more positive description of what's going on, I will relook at the case and I will consider it. Okay.
Boss man, it's because I give everything away, the name, everything. It was not us. We tried to tell the officers when they got there. We tried to tell them.
I don't want to talk anymore about the case. I don't know how many times I could tell you that this is a recorded proceeding, and this is not a time where we talk about whether we're innocent or guilty. And I understand you have your side of the story, but that's just got to be something you talk to your attorney about. But I will look at it. Okay.
I'm not attorney. I don't got no attorney, boss man.
You want a court-appointed attorney?
I mean, yes, because I would like. It's because I would like to get out so I can show them that it was not me. And there's these guys. His name is Francisco, boss man. That's his name, Francisco. We give everything away. We don't know his last name. They got the video and everything. I don't know why I'm here. If they got the video, the name.
Well, listen.
They got the license plates of the other cars. I don't know why. I was not even in the car.
Your bond amount on the state jail felony theft is $4,000. Your bond amount on the burglary of vehicle is $2,000. I actually cut your bonds quite down pretty low because of your financial situation, even though you're on felony probation. And I did that based on your financial situation and the particular facts of this case. But I told you I'll take a look at it when we talk to the probation officer. But I can't promise you anything. But I did set your bond low. Your bond amount's total $6,000. Bail bonds will often do it for about 10%, which would be $600. Okay.
Judge, I would just like to apply for the PO so I can show you, bro. I'm not lying, bro. I'm not lying. I'm not lying, Judge. I would like to show you that they put me in the wrong spot, bro. Wrong spot.
I will contact your probation officer. Okay. As long as you've been actually reporting and you're in good standing with your probation officer,
I'm good standing with my.
Consider the matter. Okay.
His name is John Vasquez. I've been reporting with him.
I know.
I like that. Like you say, you've been reporting late, but you report.
All right. I'll take a look at it. Okay.
Please, Judge. I'm not trying to finesse you.
Where do you work? Where do you work, by the way?
Pay setters. I work at pay setters, temp service, and I work at the warehouse right there by Callahan's.
Yeah. All right.
Please, Judge.
I'll take a look at it. I'm telling you, I will. If I tell you I'm going to take a look at it, I will. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gregory Whitley. Mr. Whitley, you are charged with a Class B misdemeanor terroristic threat. Your bond amount is set at $5,000. You're not going to get a personal bond, not only because of your criminal record, but primarily because of the particular facts and the allegations involved in this case. You're going to need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer to get out. Bail bondsman may be willing to do it for 10%, which would be around $500. Okay. You'll have an opportunity to use the phone in just a minute to try to make that happen. If you do postpone and get out of jail, Mr. Whitley, you are not allowed to possess any firearms at all while this case is pending. You understand that?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, as long as it's not you making statements about the facts of the case.
Okay.
I mean, you've already heard my explanation before.
I only have one charge, and that's a Class B misdemeanor.
It's a Class B misdemeanor terroristic threat. And I don't want you to comment on this, but the allegations have to do with actually shooting at a car. Okay, don't make any comments about it, but I'm just letting you know that's the seriousness of the offense, and I'm not comfortable doing a personal bond under those circumstances. I know that, are you homeless right now?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I took that into consideration, and so I set your bond low, considering some very serious allegations, but I'm not comfortable doing a personal bond. You need to go through a bail bondsman, or you can talk to your lawyer. Okay,
Okay, can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
What's the sentence for that?
Well, if you were convicted of a Class B misdemeanor, it's punishable by anywhere between a day all the way up to 6 months in jail or probation. Now, when your attorney talks to the prosecutor, your attorney can try to negotiate with the prosecutor to either fight the case or drop it down to a lower charge, or try to get an agreement for some other type of resolution. But if you were convicted of this particular charge, it would be punishable by up to 6 months in jail or probation.
Okay. I haven't been in trouble for 12 or so years, Your Honor.
No. Let me double check. I know you had a span. I don't know, it was 12. Yeah, right. I'm looking at it now. I show that you haven't been in trouble for a span of 8 years. I see the one in 2015 wasn't a very serious case, but then all your serious cases were back in 2010 and before that. I did see that. Okay. Yeah. And that's actually, and I took that into consideration, plus your financial situation and all, in setting your bond. But these are actually quite serious allegations. And so, anyway, that's the calculus here.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court appointed.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck.
All right. Thank you.
Ernesto Caravello. Mr. Caravello, you are charged with a second-degree felony aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Your Honor.
Yes. Just don't talk about the facts of the case. I'm familiar with it. I've read it. My staff has already contacted the alleged victim in the case, and we've gotten feedback from the alleged victim that was actually quite supportive of you. So I don't want you to get into the facts of the case. But if you have something else that you want to ask me about, go ahead.
Yes, I wasn't treated justly in the situation with the police. It was an abusive moment on my end. I was the victim. I was assaulted.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Listen, I understand I understand that these are difficult places to be, and you really desire to give your side of the story. So I could totally appreciate that. But you got to talk to me about it. I'm not going to discuss it. I don't want you to make any statements that compromise your interest. I've said that about 10 times now, and I guess this is just a special docket where y'all just aren't listening to me on this. Now, what I can tell you, Mr. Caravello, is that I've already reviewed, you have a limited criminal record. You don't have a lot of money. We've contacted the alleged victim in the case. The alleged victim was very supportive. This is an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charge. However, I'm going to set your bond at $3,000, which is very low for a case of this nature. All right. But because the law does not allow me to do a personal bond on a case of this nature. And so because of that, I'm setting your bond in such a way that hopefully it won't be too onerous for you to be able to bond out financially. A bail bondsman will often charge around 10%, which in this case will be $300. You'll have an opportunity to use a phone in just a minute in order to try to make that happen. Now, there is an emergency protective order that's being issued in this case that you're going to need to comply with. And I'm going to explain what that means. This is for the protection of Christopher Newman, and it prohibits you from doing 4 things. First of all, you're prohibited from committing family violence against him, which is already illegal. Second of all, you're prohibited from communicating with him or members of his household or family in a threatening or harassing manner. So if you have any contact with him over the phone or in some other way, you need to be careful how you communicate with him. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Third, you are prohibited from going within 200 yards of 2200 Dixon Drive, Unit 111 in Austin, Texas. Now, I know you have some personal belongings there. You need to have someone else go there, get your stuff for you, and bring it to you. You cannot go within 200 yards of that address. And lastly, you're prohibited from carrying a firearm or ammunition. If you have a concealed handgun license, it is suspended while this protective order is in effect, and this protective order is going to last for 2 months until July 11th. You're going to get a copy of this protective order. Make sure you read it and comply with it, because if you violate it, it is punishable by up to a year in jail. Okay.
So with that said, since thank you so much for the
You're welcome.
setting the bond that low, because I'm not that person. It was honestly for me self-defense. I've never been here. I don't know what's going on.
So your bond amount's $3,000. Now, I'm not allowed by law to give you a personal bond. In fact, I'd tell you, I'd probably consider it in this instance if the law allowed it under the circumstances, but I'm not allowed to. So you can go through a bail bondsman. A bail bond company often charge 10%. As I mentioned, that'd be around $300. I could tell you there's a list of bail bonding companies on the wall next to the phone right by your cell. You can call the bail bond companies direct. I will tell you that a lot of them don't receive collect calls. So one of the more effective way is to call your friends or family on the outside, have them call a bail bondsman and try to make arrangements to get you out of jail if you're not able to get a hold of a bail bondsman directly. Then in my experience, that tends to be the most effective way to do it. The other way is if someone has $3,000, if you have a family member that can come down to the jail with $3,000 in cash, cashier's check or money order, then you'll be released and you'll get your money back at the end of the case, as long as you show up for all your court dates. If you go through a bail bondsman, whatever fee they charge, they're going to keep. Okay.
And so, with bailing out, like within today, tomorrow, how does that work? Like with this, I don't have money. Like,
yeah,
the bail bondsman would bail me out, and then we make a payment plan, or.
Well, so that's between you and the bail bond company. If you can convince a bail bondsman to do it on credit and you pay them later, then that's fine. I can tell you most bail bond companies might not be willing to do that. So I would call your friends or family on the outside, see what they could do to make arrangements with the bail bond company to bond you out. And like I said, if someone has the full 3,000, and then as long as you show up for all of your court dates, you'll get your money back at the end of the case, or whoever is willing to post that for you will get their money back at the end of the case. Now, so you can work on that immediately. You'll have an opportunity to use the phone in just a little bit to try to get a hold of your friends or family, or you can call a bail bondsman directly. As I mentioned, there's a list of them on the wall next to the phone. You can also go through a lawyer. Your lawyer is somewhat limited in what they can do under these circumstances because of the prohibition on personal bonds here, but they may have some options, some avenues they can explore, and that's another option. Okay.
Okay, so I have an option with that bail bondsman and then also a court-appointed lawyer.
That's right. You want a court-appointed lawyer, by the way?
Would they be able to like do that on my behalf? You know, with the bonding and
so a court-appointed lawyer they're not going to work. They're not like a bail bondsman. Okay. So, and what they would do is try to convince a judge to let you out of jail. But in this instance, the law does not allow personal bonds. And so the options at an attorney's disposal are more limited, but there are some options that they may be able to explore. And you can talk with an attorney about that. Now, I'm going to indicate you're requesting a court-appointed attorney. I can tell you that they will be assigned by tomorrow. It's unlikely they will be assigned today. It should be tomorrow, and they will reach out to you in the next couple of days if you're not able to bond out before then.
Okay.
But in the meantime, you can either try to hire a lawyer or a bail bondsman, or have someone come up with 3,000. Okay, that makes sense?
Yes, sir.
And then make sure you don't go back to that house. I'm not prohibiting you from talking to him over the phone or even meeting him at some other location. You just can't go back to that house, okay? All right. I know this is a hard time. Good luck, Mr. Carabell.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to bring Mr. Corrales out by themselves. I guess their situation is somewhat complicated. So I'll bring them out by themselves, but they'll need a translator. So I'm going to call them. And once that's spun up, I'll get you.
Okay, what about Michael Morris? You want to just throw Michael Morris in with the post two?
Will do. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, sounds good. All right, you gonna call me back then?
Yes, sir.
Look at the racks at the back with all the uniforms in there.
You can stay. We don't mind if I read my little. All right. Y'all hear me okay?
¿Me pueden escuchar bien?
Another interpreter. I'm so sorry, guys.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Judge Vigorito. I'm the magistrate judge this morning.
Buenos días, señores. Yo soy el juez Vigorito y soy el juez de instrucción esta mañana.
I'm not here to decide whether you're innocent or guilty. I'm just here to explain your charges, your rights, and your options on how to get out of jail.
No estoy aquí para decidir si ustedes son culpables o inocentes. Estoy aquí para explicarles de qué se les acusa, cuáles son sus derechos y qué opciones tienen para salir de la cárcel.
Now, all of you are charged with some type of a criminal offense based on the sworn statement of a law enforcement officer.
Ahora, todos ustedes están acusados de algún tipo de delito criminal basado en la declaración jurada de un agente del orden.
That officer is swearing to enough facts that would lead a reasonable person to believe that you committed a criminal offense.
Ese agente juró que se han cometido una serie de hechos que harían pensar a cualquier persona razonable que se ha cometido un delito.
That doesn't mean you've been found guilty. You're presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
Eso no significa que a ustedes se les haya declarado culpables. Ustedes son inocentes a no ser que se demuestre lo contrario.
You'll have an opportunity to talk to a lawyer before making any decisions on how to handle your case.
Tendrán la oportunidad de hablar con un abogado antes de tomar cualquier decisión sobre cómo manejar su caso.
If you want a copy of the statement of the police officer that's being used as a basis for your charges, you can get that from your attorney or the clerk's office in the next few days.
Si ustedes quieren una copia de la declaración que está siendo la base de la acusación que hay en su contra, pueden pedirle una copia a su abogado o a la secretaría en los próximos días.
Now, all of you are entitled to certain rights under the Constitution in any criminal case.
Todos ustedes tienen una serie de derechos reconocidos en la Constitución en cualquier caso criminal.
I'm gonna go over your rights and then we'll talk about your options on how to get out of jail. And then I'm gonna call your names one by one and talk to you about your individual situation.
Ahora les voy a explicar cuáles son sus derechos, después les diré qué opciones tienen para poder salir de la cárcel, después les llamaré a cada uno de ustedes por su nombre individualmente y les explicaré de qué se les acusa.
Now, in any criminal case, you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statements about your case.
En cualquier caso criminal, ustedes tienen derecho a permanecer en silencio, no tienen que hacer ninguna declaración sobre su caso.
If you give up your right to remain silent, whatever you say can be used against you.
Si ustedes renuncian a su derecho a permanecer en silencio, cualquier cosa que digan podría ser usada en su contra.
You have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you.
Tienen derecho a contratar a un abogado que les represente.
If you don't have the money to hire your own lawyer, you can request a court-appointed lawyer.
Si ustedes no tienen dinero para contratar su propio abogado, pueden pedir un abogado de oficio gratis.
If the police or the prosecutor want to talk to you about the facts of your case, you don't have to talk to them about it if you don't want to.
Si la policía o los fiscales quieren hablar con ustedes sobre los hechos de su caso, no tienen que hacerlo si no quieren.
If you choose to talk to them, you can end the interview at any time.
Si ustedes deciden hablar con ellos, pueden terminar la entrevista en cualquier momento.
And you have the right to have a lawyer present during any discussion with the police or prosecutor about your case.
Y tienen derecho a tener a un abogado presente durante cualquier conversación que tengan con la policía o los fiscales sobre su caso.
You also have a right to a reasonable amount of time to talk with your lawyer before making any decisions about your case.
También tienen derecho de disponer de un tiempo suficiente para hablar con su abogado antes de tomar cualquier decisión sobre su caso.
If you're charged with a felony, you have the right to request an examining trial.
Si ustedes están acusados de un delito grave, tienen derecho a una audiencia indagatoria.
That's a preliminary hearing to argue that there's no reasonable basis, no probable cause to charge you with a crime.
Es una audiencia preliminar para establecer que no existe una base razonable, una causa probable sobre la acusación que hay en su contra.
You could talk with your lawyer about whether that option makes sense in your case.
Podrían hablar con su abogado para ver si esa opción tiene sentido en su caso.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you need to be aware that a conviction of a criminal offense can affect your immigration status, your right to be in this country, and your ability to become a naturalized citizen in the future.
Si ustedes no son ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos, tienen que saber que una condena por un delito criminal podría afectar su estatus migratorio, su derecho a permanecer en este país y la posibilidad de conseguir la ciudadanía americana en el futuro.
And lastly, if you're not from the United States, you do have the right to request that we contact the embassy of your home country and let them know that you're here.
Y por último, si ustedes no son ciudadanos de los Estados Unidos, tienen derecho a pedir que informemos a la embajada de su país de que ustedes se encuentran aquí.
Is there anybody here who's not from the United States and he wants to contact your home embassy?
¿Alguno de ustedes que no sea de los Estados Unidos si quiere que contactemos en la embajada de su país?
Anybody?
¿No hay nadie?
No. All right. I know all of you want to get out of jail. If you're able to get out of jail, you need to make sure you show up for all of your court dates.
Ahora, yo sé que todos ustedes quieren salir de la cárcel. Si ustedes consiguen salir de la cárcel, tienen que asegurarse de que se presentan a todas las citas en el juzgado.
If you don't, you will be rearrested and be a lot more difficult for you to get out of jail once you're back here.
Si no lo hacen, volverán a ser detenidos y será mucho más difícil salir de aquí si regresaran.
So if you're able to get out of jail, don't throw away your paperwork. Pay attention to when you need to be at court.
Así que si consiguen salir de la cárcel, presten atención a los documentos con las fechas que se indica cuándo tienen que regresar.
And there are 4 ways to get out of jail, and I'll explain each one of them.
Hay 4 maneras para poder salir de la cárcel y les voy a explicar cada una de ellas.
First way is to qualify for a personal bond.
La primera es si cumplen los requisitos para salir con una fianza personal.
If you were to qualify for a personal bond, you'd be released for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates.
Si ustedes consiguen salir con una fianza personal, podrán salir gratis bajo la promesa de que se presentarán a todas las citas en el juzgado.
You'd have a bond amount set, but you wouldn't have to pay any of the bond amount in order to get out of jail.
Tendrán una fianza, pero no tendrán que pagarla para poder salir de la cárcel.
You would have to pay a one-time $20 or $40 personal bond fee on each case within a week after your release, and an envelope would be attached to your paperwork to send that in.
sí tendrán que pagar una cantidad únicamente de $40 a la semana de que sean puestos en libertad. Y se les dará esa información se les dará un sobre cuando salgan de la cárcel donde tienen que hacer ese pago.
Now, personal bonds are offered in instances where the case is not too serious and where we have a reasonable certainty that you'll come to court when you're supposed to and that you won't be a danger to society if we let you out of jail while your case is pending.
Las fianzas personales se dan en situaciones en que en casos que no son muy serios, donde tenemos bastante certeza de que se van a presentar a las citas en el juzgado y de que no representan un peligro para la comunidad mientras su caso está pendiente.
So we'll look at the facts of your case, your criminal record, your references, your history of coming to court in the past. And when I call your name, I'll let you know where you stand on the personal bond.
Así que miraremos los hechos de su caso, sus antecedentes criminales, sus referencias, su historial, si han estado antes aquí, y cuando les llame a cada uno por su nombre, les diré si ustedes cumplen los requisitos para tener este tipo de fianza personal.
If you qualify, you'll be released in the next few hours.
Si cumplieran con los requisitos, podrían quedar en libertad en las próximas horas.
Now, if you do get a personal bond, you still need to show up for all of your court dates.
Si ustedes salen con una fianza personal, tienen que presentarse a todas las citas en el juzgado.
If you don't, you'll be rearrested and the county will sue you for the bond amount.
Así no lo hicieran, el condado volverán a ser arrestados y el condado les acusará, les hará pagar la cantidad de la fianza.
But as long as you show up for all of your court dates, you won't have to pay the bond amount.
Pero siempre y cuando ustedes se presenten a todas las citas en el juzgado, no tendrán que pagar esa fianza.
Now, if you don't qualify for a personal bond, you have 3 other ways to bond out of jail.
Si no califican para salir con una fianza personal, tienen otras 3 maneras para poder salir de la cárcel.
Those 3 ways, you can hire a bail bondsman, you can hire a lawyer, or you can have someone come down to the jail with the full amount of the bond in cash.
Esas 3 maneras son contratando a una compañía de fianzas o a través de su abogado o si alguien que ustedes conocen se presenta en la cárcel y paga la cantidad de la fianza en efectivo.
Now, if you go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer, it's between you and them how much they charge and what they can do for you.
Si ustedes contratan a una compañía de fianzas o a un abogado, es entre ustedes y ellos cuánto les cobran por sus servicios.
I can tell you that in Travis County, most bail bond companies tend to charge around 10% of the bond amount as their fee to get the bond.
Les puedo decir que en el condado de Travis la mayoría de las compañías de fianzas cobran un 10% de la cantidad de su fianza como la cuota por prestarle sus servicios.
So, for example, if your bond amount's $5,000, bail bondsmen often charge you around $500 or more as their fee to get you out.
Así que si, por ejemplo, su fianza fuera de $5,000, una compañía de fianzas les podría cobrar $500 o más como su tarifa para sacarles de la cárcel.
Likewise, you can hire a lawyer. An attorney can come down here and try to convince me or one of the other judges to give you a personal bond that you weren't able to get on your own.
También podrían contratar a un abogado que se presentara aquí y tratar de convencerme a mí o a alguno de los otros jueces que están aquí de que ustedes sí califican para salir con una fianza personal.
A lawyer can advocate on your behalf based on the unique facts of your case and your situation and try to get you a personal bond.
Un abogado podría hablar de los casos, de los hechos particulares de su caso y su situación personal y convencerme para que le dé una fianza personal.
If you don't have the money to hire your own lawyer, you can request a court-appointed lawyer, and your court-appointed lawyer can do the same thing and try to get you out of jail.
Si ustedes no tienen dinero para contratar a un abogado, pueden pedir que se les asigne un abogado de oficio gratis que podría venir y hacer lo mismo.
Last way to get out of jail is to pay the full amount of the bond in cash.
La última manera para poder salir de la cárcel es pagando la cantidad al completo de la fianza en efectivo.
If someone comes down to the jail with the full amount of the bond, not 10%, but the full amount in cash, cashier's check or money order, then you'll be released. And as long as you come to all your court dates at the end of your case, you'll get your money back.
Si alguien que ustedes conocen se presenta en la cárcel y paga la cantidad al completo, no 10%, sino toda la cantidad en efectivo, ya sea en efectivo, con una money order o con un cheque, ustedes quedarán puestos en libertad y siempre que se presenten a todas las citas en el juzgado, cuando se resuelva su caso, se les regresará ese dinero.
Whereas if you go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer, whatever money you pay them, you generally won't get back. That's their fee to get you out.
Sin embargo, si ustedes contratan a una compañía de fianzas o a un abogado, el dinero, la cantidad que ustedes les paguen a ellos no se les regresará porque ese es la cuota, es la tarifa que ustedes les pagan para prestar esos servicios.
That's your 4 ways to get out of jail. Qualify for a personal bond, hire a bail bondsman, hire a lawyer, pay the full cash bond.
Así que estas son las 4 maneras que tienen para poder salir de la cárcel. Es con una fianza personal, contratando una compañía de fianzas, a un abogado o pagando la cantidad de la fianza en efectivo.
Regardless of which way you use, make sure you come to all your court dates or you will be rearrested.
Independientemente de cómo consigan salir, asegúrense de que se presentan a todas las citas en el juzgado, porque si no volverán a ser detenidos.
I'm gonna call your names. I'm gonna tell you what you're charged with in your bond amount, and I'm gonna ask you whether you want a court-appointed attorney or whether you want to hire your own lawyer.
Ahora les voy a llamar a cada uno por su nombre, les diré de qué se les acusa, cuál es la cantidad de su fianza y si quieren contratar a su propio abogado o quieren que se les asigne un abogado de oficio gratis.
If you have any questions at that point, go ahead and ask me. I'll do my best to answer your question.
Si tienen alguna pregunta, me la pueden hacer en ese momento y yo trataré de contestarla de la mejor manera posible.
If you want to know the punishment range of the charge that you're facing, just ask me and I'll tell you.
Si ustedes quieren saber cuál es el rango del castigo del cargo que ustedes tienen, pregúntenme, yo se lo contestaré.
All right, Jose Antonio Hernandez Flores. Which one is Mr. Hernandez? Okay. Mr. Hernandez, you are charged with a Class B misdemeanor driving while intoxicated.
Señor Hernández, usted está acusado de un delito menor de clase B por manejar en estado de ebriedad.
Your bond amount is set at $2,000. However, I am going to do a personal bond in your case. You're going to be released for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates.
La cantidad de su fianza es de $2,000, sin embargo, le voy a conceder una fianza personal, así que va a poder salir gratis en las próximas horas bajo la promesa de que se presentará a todas las citas en el juzgado.
You understand you need to show up for all your court dates?
¿Entiende que se tiene que presentar en la corte, en el juzgado, cuando se le diga?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Your first court date will be in the next couple of weeks. It'll be written on your paperwork when you get out of jail.
Su primera cita será en las próximas 2 semanas, estará escrito en los documentos que le den cuando salga de la cárcel.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
¿Usted quiere un abogado de oficio gratis o quiere contratar su propio abogado?
No, gratis es para.
Court appointed.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
All right. Good luck.
Buena suerte.
Gracias.
Jose Cesar Charqueño. Mr. Charqueño, you have 2 charges. You have a motion to revoke your probation on a felony driving while intoxicated charge.
Señor Charqueño, usted tiene 2 acusaciones. Una es, hay una petición para revocarle su libertad vigilada por un cargo que tenía por manejar en estado de ebriedad.
Now, your bond is currently denied on that. The district judge presiding over your probation has set no bond on your case.
En este caso se le ha denegado la fianza, en este caso el juez del distrito que haya asignado a este caso se la ha denegado, así que no hay fianza.
So you're not going to be able to bond out on that case at this point.
Así que para ese caso usted no va a poder salir bajo fianza.
Now your attorney can go talk to the district judge presiding over your probation and try to convince that judge to give you a chance to bond out. And it's up to that judge's discretion whether they're willing to allow you to have a bond set on your case.
Su abogado podría tratar de hablar con el juez del distrito que está a cargo de su caso de libertad vigilada y podría tratar de convencerle de que le deje salir bajo fianza, pero depende, es la decisión de ese juez.
And Mr. Charqueño, you also have a second charge for a second-degree felony aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Señor Charqueño, usted también tiene otra acusación que es un delito grave de segundo grado por agresión con agravante con un arma mortal.
Your bond amount on that is $10,000.
Y la cantidad de la fianza en ese caso es de $10,000.
Now, you have an emergency protective order being issued in that case.
Y también hay una orden de protección de emergencia que se ha emitido en este caso.
I'll explain what that means.
Ahora le voy a explicar lo que eso significa.
This is for the protection of Adriana Alvarado, and it prohibits you from doing 4 things.
Es para la protección de Adriana Alvarado y le prohíbe hacer 4 cosas.
First of all, you're prohibited from committing family violence against her, which is already illegal.
Primero se le prohíbe cometer actos de violencia familiar, lo cual ya es ilegal.
Second of all, you're prohibited from communicating with her or members of her household or family in a threatening or harassing manner.
Segundo, se le prohíbe comunicarse a usted con ella o miembros de su familia de una manera acosadora o amenazante.
Thirdly, you are prohibited from going within 200 yards of 2108 Donahue Lane, Unit B in Austin, Texas.
Donahue Lane, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Yeah. Y tercero, se le prohíbe acercarse a menos de 200 yardas de la dirección 2108 Donahue Lane en Austin.
I know you may have some personal belongings there. You need to have someone else go there, get your stuff for you, and bring it to you. You cannot go within 200 yards of that address.
Entiendo que usted tiene sus pertenencias personales en ese lugar, así que va a tener que pedirle a alguien que vaya a ese lugar y que se las traiga, porque usted no se puede acercar a menos de 200 yardas de ese lugar.
And lastly, you're prohibited from carrying a firearm or ammunition.
Y por último, se le prohíbe portar un arma de fuego o municiones.
This protective order is going to last for 3 months until August 10th.
Esta orden de protección va a estar vigente por 3 meses hasta el 10 de agosto.
You're going to get a copy. Make sure you read it and comply with it, because if you violate it, it is punishable by up to a year in jail.
Se le dará una copia de esta orden, así que léala con atención y cumpla con las condiciones, porque si no las cumpliera, se le podría condenar hasta 1 año en la cárcel.
All right. Okay. Now, you have those 2 charges. You also have an immigration detainer on your case.
Entonces, usted tiene esos 2 cargos, pero además también hay una orden de retención de las autoridades migratorias en su caso.
What that means is that if you do end up getting a bond set on your probation case and you do end up posting bond, rather than being released from jail, you'll be transferred to the immigration authorities and they'll decide whether to deport you or not.
Lo que eso significa es que si finalmente en su caso sí se permite la fianza y usted pagara esa fianza, en lugar de ser puesto en libertad, usted sería transferido a las autoridades migratorias que
Can we get an F in the chat for Cachette's beaver? Rest in peace to her beaver. We love you, though. And to everybody new here, this is how we do. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of ADD, and we enjoy it. A lot of off-topicness. Oh, yeah.
decidirían si lo deportan o no.
So if you do post bond, you would be transferred to immigration, and then immigration would decide whether to deport you or not.
Es decir, que si usted pagara la fianza, usted se le transferiría a las autoridades migratorias que decidirían si lo deportan o no.
Now, you can avoid deportation if you have a legal right to be in the country.
Se puede evitar ser deportado si tiene un derecho legal a estar en este país.
If you're not legally here, you may still be able to avoid deportation in certain circumstances, but you would need to talk to an immigration lawyer to get further information on your options.
Si usted no está en este país legalmente, también podría evitar ser deportado. Si se dan ciertas circunstancias, tendría que hablar con un abogado de inmigración para ver qué puede hacer en su caso.
There are a lot of lawyers that practice both criminal and immigration law. You may want to hire a lawyer that does both.
Hay muchos abogados que practican tanto casos criminales como de inmigración. A lo mejor le podría interesar contratar a un abogado que haga las dos cosas.
Lastly, if you paid the full amount of the bond in cash, you'd be transferred to immigration. And you need to be aware that if you don't show up for your court dates, you will lose that money, whether you're deported or not.
Por último, tiene que saber si usted pagara la cantidad de su fianza en efectivo y no se presenta a las citas en el juzgado cuando se le diga, ese dinero lo perdería, porque si usted paga la fianza, va a ser transferido a las autoridades migratorias y no se va a poder presentar en la corte. Entonces es posible que pierda ese dinero.
If you do show up for your court dates, you'll get your money back.
Pero si consigue presentarse en el juzgado, entonces sí, se le regresaría ese dinero.
All right, Mr. Charqueño, do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Señor Charqueño, ¿usted quiere un abogado de oficio gratis o quiere contratar su propio abogado?
De oficio.
Court appointed.
All right. Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right, good luck.
Buena suerte.
Roberto Gonzalez Perez. Mr. Gonzalez, you are charged with a misdemeanor cruelty to animals charge out of Caldwell County.
Señor González, usted está acusado de un delito menor por crueldad con animales en otro condado. En Caldwell County, sorry.
Now, this is a warrant for failing to show up for court when you were supposed to when you bonded out previously.
Esta es fue una orden de arresto porque usted no pagó, porque se saltó las condiciones de la libertad vigilada cuando salió.
Your bond amount is set at $3,000 cash or surety bond.
Su fianza es de $3,000 que la puede pagar en efectivo o con un afianzador.
What that means is that you can either have someone come down to the jail with the full $3,000, or you can go through a bail bond company to bond out.
Es decir, lo que eso significa es que usted puede salir de la cárcel si alguien que usted conoce se presenta en la cárcel y paga los $3,000 en efectivo, o contratando a una compañía de fianzas.
You can also have your attorney go talk to the county judge in Caldwell County to try to explain why you didn't show up for court and try to get the old bond reinstated.
También su abogado podría tratar de hablar con el juez en el condado de Caldwell y tratar de ayudarle para que pueda salir bajo fianza.
Regardless of how you get out, make sure you show up for all your court dates.
Independientemente de cómo consiga salir de la cárcel, asegúrese de que se presente a todas las citas en la corte.
You want a court-appointed attorney, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
¿Quiere un abogado de oficio gratis o quiere contratar su propio abogado?
Quiero contratar mi propio abogado.
I want to hire my own attorney.
You have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right. Good luck.
Buena suerte.
Is there anyone else who needs a Spanish translator?
¿Hay alguien más que necesite la intérprete al español?
No? All right. Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. David Guerrero. Mr. Guerrero, you are charged with a Class A misdemeanor, assault causing bodily injury to a family member. Your bond amount set at $3,000. However, I am going to do a personal bond in your case. You're going to be released today for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates. You need to make sure you show up for court. Do you understand that? All right. Do you want a court-appointed attorney, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court.
All right. One other thing, Mr. Guerrero, you have a number of traffic tickets from 2019 that you never took care of. Now, I'm not going to hold you in jail on those because it's only punishable by a fine. But when you get out of jail today, you're going to have an additional piece of paper telling you the court date over at municipal court, at traffic court over on Burleson Road. You need to show up for that court date as well. You don't need you don't need an attorney on that, but you do need to show up. Do you understand that?
I got you. Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions?
No.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Michael Morris.
Morris.
Michael Don Morris.
This is Henry Tony. That was who was on my list.
Right. Michael's the other one that was on the last post.
Gotcha.
All right, we'll get him later. All right, Garrett Crossley. No. I got to talk to him too because he's on this docket as well. There's two Morrises.
Understood.
Yeah. All right, Garrett Crossley, you are charged with a second-degree felony possession of controlled substance with a bond amount of $7,500, and then you have a Class A misdemeanor unlawful carrying of a weapon with $100. The case that's set that gave the bond at $100 on that case based upon the particular unique facts of that particular case and concerns about the strength of that case. However, on the second-degree felony possession of controlled substance, your bond amount is $7,500. So the total amount of your bond is $7,600. Now, you're not going to get a personal bond. You're going to need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer to get out. Bail bondsmen often charge around 10%, which in this case would be around $760. You'll have an opportunity to use the phone in just a minute to try to make that happen. If you do post bond and get out of jail, Mr. Crossley, you have a couple of conditions you're required to comply with. Number one, you're required to be screened for the drug court program. That's a rehab program that if you were to complete it, it would result in dismissal of the felony drug charges. And you're not required to do that rehab program. It's very intensive and it requires a lot of commitment, but you are required to at least be screened for it to see if it's an option for you. Second of all, whether or not you do the rehab program, you are required to be screened for some type of drug counseling. And when you get released from jail, you'll have a piece of paper telling you when and where to go to get that done. You need to do the screening. You need to go to whatever classes they recommend. Do you understand that?
Sir.
And lastly, you're required to report to a supervision officer and be subject to random drug testing while your case is pending. So when you get out of jail, if you do post bond, you'll have a piece of paper with the name and number of a person that you need to contact within 24 hours of your release. And you need to report into them whenever they require. Sometimes they may have you just call in. Other times They may have you coming in person. You need to follow their directions. And again, you'll be subject to random drug testing with them. Do you understand all that?
Yes, sir.
All right. I know that's a lot of information. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
For now, court appointed.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nicholas Dowdy. Mr. Dowdy, you are charged with a second-degree felony possession of controlled substance. Your bond amount is $5,000. However, I am going to do a personal bond in your case. You're going to be released from jail today for free based on your promise to come to court. You do have one condition you need to comply with, Mr. Dowdy. You are required to be screened for the drug court program. Again, that's a rehab program that if you were to complete it, it would result in dismissal of the felony drug charge. You're not required to do the program, but you're at least required to be screened for it to see if it's an option.
Yes, sir.
You want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
What's the difference? Because I don't know. I've never been through this process before.
Well, you're going to have a lawyer represent you when you go to court. The question is whether you have the money to hire your own or whether you want the court to appoint one for you. If you hire your own, you can choose whoever you want. If it's a court-appointed attorney, it's whoever we assign.
I take a court-appointed.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck. Make sure you show up for court.
Yes, sir. I will. Thank you so much.
Good luck. Henry Morris.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morris, you are charged with a third-degree felony possession of controlled substance with a bond amount of $5,000. You also have a state jail felony possession of controlled substance with a bond amount of $3,500. So the total amount of your bonds on the new cases is $8,500. You also have a bond that was revoked for a DWI charge that you had previously bonded out on, and the county judge presiding over that case has revoked the bond and set your bond at $5,000 on that case. So you are not going to get a personal bond because your personal bond you last got out of jail on was revoked. So the total amount of your bonds on all three cases is $13,500. Bail bonds would often charge around 10%, which would be around $1,300. If you do post bond and get out of jail, you have quite a few conditions you need to comply with. Number one, you need to be screened for the drug court program, the rehab program. Number two, you're required to be screened for drug counseling, and you need to go to whatever classes they recommend. Number three, you're required to be screened for alcohol counseling on the DWI case and go to any of their classes. Number four, you are required to install an ignition interlock device on your vehicle. Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
You're required to install that device on your vehicle within 30 days of your release from jail. You cannot drive any vehicle at all until that device is installed.
Yes,
you have 3 days from the date that you get out of jail to contact pretrial services and set up an appointment with them so they can walk you through that process and answer any questions you have. That number will be attached to your paperwork. And lastly, you're required to have an alcohol monitor installed on your leg in jail before you're released, which means you're not allowed to drink whether you're driving or not. So if you post bond, the monitoring agency is going to come and install that device on your leg and explain to you the rules. You need to make sure you don't drink.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I have my own.
You have your own? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks, sir.
Nathan Spray. Mr. Spray, you are charged with a Class A misdemeanor possession of controlled substance. Your bond amount is set at $2,500. Mr. Spray, you're not going to get a personal bond because you're on felony probation and it shows that you have not been reporting for quite some time. So you're not going to get a personal bond. You need to hire a bail bondsman or a lawyer or come up with the cash. Bail
I want a
bondsman.
court-appointed and I understand. Thank you.
What's that?
I want a court-appointed lawyer and I understand. Thank you. Another risk.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. Philip Santos. Mr. Santos, you're charged with a Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury to a family member. Your bond amount is set at $7,500. You're not going to get a personal bond because you already have another case pending for the same thing. And there's some question about whether or not this case was a violation of the bond conditions on the previous case, because on the previous case, you were prohibited from going within 200 yards of this same victim. And we're now right back here. Your bond amount is set at $7,500. Again, you're not going to get a personal bond. You can go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer. Bail bond company often charge around 10%, which would be around $750. You'll have an opportunity to use the phone in just a minute. If you do postpone and get out of jail, Mr. Santos, you have a couple of conditions you're required to comply with. Number one, you're required to stay 200 yards away from the alleged victim in this case. Do you understand that you can't go within 200 yards of her, Mr. Santos?
Sir, she broke into my house.
Okay.
Into my apartment.
Well, you could
I
talk
was
to,
in the house.
I don't want you to get into the facts of the case, but I can tell you that the police report that I've read is quite different narrative. Now, talk to your lawyer about your side of the story. I know you have your side of the story and you certainly have the right to fight your case. What I am stressing to you is you cannot go within 200 yards of her address under any, of her. You can't go within 200 yards of her under any circumstances, no matter where she is. Are we clear on that?
Yes.
Okay. You also are required to be screened for family violence counseling. When you get out of jail, if you do postpone, you'll have a piece of paper telling you when and where to go to do that. You need to do the screening. You need to go to whatever classes they recommend. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And again, I know you have your side of the story on things, but you need to talk to your lawyer about it. You certainly have the right to fight your case. Your lawyer can come talk to me and I'll listen. If there's some kind of argument that needs to be made that these bond conditions are unreasonable or even the bond amount, your lawyer can come talk to me about it. I can't discuss the facts of the case with you without your lawyer present, and that's for your protection because this is a recorded proceeding. Whatever you say can be used against you. So talk to your lawyer about it. Your lawyer can come talk to me about it. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I'm gonna hire my own.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Stephen Vincent Nocone. You are charged with a third-degree felony, possession of controlled substance, with a bond amount of $2,000, and a second third-degree felony, possession of controlled substance, with a bond amount of $2,000. Total amount of your bonds is $4,000. Now, your bonds are quite low under the circumstances for two third-degree felonies. I see that you're homeless and you don't have any money, and I took that into consideration, so I set some low bonds. However, you're not going to get personal bonds because you already have some pending. You're already out on bond on another pending drug case. So you're going to need to go through an attorney or a bail bondsman or come up with the cash to bond out. Bail bond company may be willing to do it for 10%, which will be $400, which I know for you would be quite a bit under the circumstances. So you'll have an opportunity to use the phone to try to get a hold of your family or friends and try to bond out. If you do postpone, Mr. Nacone, you have two conditions. Number one, you're required to report to the drug court program, which I've explained that a couple of times already. You need to be screened for that. And second of all, whether you do that rehab program, you are required to, whether you do that, you're required to be screened for some type of drug counseling. You need to do the screening and go to whatever classes of counseling or group meetings they recommend. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court-appointed.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Good luck. Akili Ray Poo.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Poo, you are charged with a Class A misdemeanor unlawful carrying of a weapon. Your bond amount set at $2,000. However, I am going to do a personal bond in your case. You're going to get out of jail today for free. You need to make sure you show up for all of your court dates. Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I will hire my own.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Charles Edward Spencer.
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
He's coming.
That's all right. If it's hard to walk, it's okay. If it's hard to walk, have a seat. Almost. Mr. Spencer, you are charged with a third-degree felony, possession of controlled substance. Your bond amount is set at $2,000. You are not going to get a personal bond because you're already out on bond on some other cases as it is, 3 other cases. So you're going to need to hire a lawyer or go through a bail bondsman or come up with the cash in order to bond out. Bail bond company may be willing to do it for $200 with 10%. I set your bond low because I know you're broke and are experiencing homelessness, but you need to you'll need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer. If you do postpone, Mr. Spencer, you are required to be screened for the drug court program, which is a rehab program. That if you were to do it, it would result in dismissal of the felony drug charges. You're not required to do the program, but you are required to be screened for it. And whether or not you do that, you are required to be screened for some type of drug counseling. You'll have a piece of paper telling you where to go to do the screening and follow their recommendations. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you want a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court appointed.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Good luck. Mark Anthony Elizondo. Mr. Elizondo, you are charged with a Class B misdemeanor driving while intoxicated with a bond amount of $2,000. You have a Class A misdemeanor resisting arrest or search with a bond amount of $2,000. And you have a Class A misdemeanor evading arrest or detention with a bond amount of $2,000. Total amount of your bond is $6,000. Now, you're on 2 felony probations, is that correct?
Yes, sir, Judge. I'm on probation.
Now, I show that you've been seem to be reporting the way you're supposed to by and large and doing what you're supposed to do. Is that fair to say? Or?
Yeah, Judge, I try to stay in compliance with everything, man. You know,
you try to what?
I try to stay in compliance. You know, I try to do everything I can. You know, I get sidetracked a little bit, man, but you know, I'm for the most part, I try to do the best I can. It's just, you know, it's hard right now. I'm going through some things, but I feel like I get it back together, man.
All right. Well, because you seem, I mean, you're on 2 felony probations in 2 different counties, one for arson, one for aggravated assault. I'm not comfortable doing a personal bond under those circumstances, but I set your bonds at somewhat low end so that it wouldn't be too onerous for you to bond out, because I do see that you've been doing, it seems to be doing most of what you're supposed to be doing on your probation. All right. So a bail bond company may be willing to do it for 10%, which would be $600. Do you have your family and friends have money to do that?
It's saying I don't really have anybody, man. You know, I just lost a relationship for a long time, and so we have no. And yeah, I just lost a lot of relationships, man. Like you know, it's hard to explain, but I really just myself, man. That's really kind of how I ended up in a situation like this. You know, I literally I can't even pick up the phone and dial the number right now. I don't know anybody. I don't. You know.
You don't have family in the area?
I don't even know. That's how connected I am with my family. I don't even know who lives here right now.
Well, you got your sister Avery, right?
Who?
Is Avery your sister, Avery Elizondo?
No, I don't think so. No, I have.
That's the person that the pretrial services said you gave.
I have 2 sisters. I have 2 sisters that one of them I haven't talked to in like 5 years, and the other one I don't know. She just I talked to her not maybe a month ago, and then that's it. I just lost all contact with everybody. Like
that other one. What's that other one's name?
Adrian.
Okay, so Avery is your sister then.
Yeah, that's the one I haven't talked to in like 5 years.
Okay, so I just want, I mean, when I said the name, it sounded like
I don't know any contact information for her, sir. I don't know.
Well, we got the phone number. You gave us the phone number earlier and we called it, but the phone was restricted or not taking calls. So who do you live with? Who do you live with?
Buddy, I was on the street.
Okay.
I was on the street.
You don't live at 12th Street, apartment 202?
I did. I lived there. I lived there with my ex-girlfriend, Jamie, and I don't know. I haven't talked to her either. I don't know her number. Like she changed her number. Everything just I don't have it.
So you're not living there anymore?
No, sir. I'm not. I mean, she told me to get out, so that's when I left, and then yeah, now I'm just.
All right.
I know it's a weird situation, man.
No worries. No worries. Do you want a court-appointed attorney, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I would like to hire my own, but I can't even, you know. So I'd probably.
Sounds like you need a court-appointed, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to assign a court-appointed lawyer to you. Well, or the court will, and they'll reach out to you in the next couple of days and talk to you maybe what they could do to possibly bond you out. They can come talk to me, and I'll listen. Okay.
Yes, all right. Thank you.
All right, good luck. One more. All right, Dravante Hill.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hill, I just got some paperwork I was asking for, and let me read it about your case. I'll be hold on just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Pretty big package.
Of information, that's true.
Hey, could you send that link out with those two? I'll stand by. Yeah, the one you got. Yeah. All right.
All right. Are you working right now, Mr. Hill?
Yes, sir.
Work at a beer company, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have money saved up to help bond you out of jail?
Man, I'm broke. I'm broke.
Do you have friends or family that can help bond you out?
Man, I've been cut short by a lot of my family, so, and I lost my dad a few months ago, so I really don't have nobody really. Hopefully, I'm trying to get my girlfriend, come through for me, but I have this going on, so I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to contact her. That's the only person I really can call.
I don't want you to say anything about the facts of the case, but the alleged victim in this case, Miss Ramadan, have you talked to her since this incident allegedly happened on April 3rd? Have you had any contact with her in the last month?
We've talked, but I didn't know that I had a case against her. She let me know she's been acting funny, so we've been talking. But I didn't.
Y'all been talking on the phone, or y'all been around?
Yeah, we did both. We have a daughter together, so she brings me my daughter, and we go from there.
So y'all see each other every now and again.
Every now and every now and again, yeah. We good though, you know what I'm saying? So we're just working on this. At the time, we just going through some things, but we good right now. We straight. She brings me my daughter. That's about it.
All right. Mr. Hill, you are charged with a second-degree felony assault causing bodily injury to a family member by strangulation. Your bond amount on that is set at $12,000. You also have a Class A misdemeanor interfering with an emergency telephone call with a bond amount of $3,000. The total amount of your bond is $15,000. You're not going to get a personal bond. You need to go through a bail bondsman or a lawyer to bond out or come up with the cash. Now, bail bondsmen often charge around 10%, which will be around $1,500. You'll have an opportunity to use a phone in a little bit to try to make that happen and try to get a hold of friends or family and try to bond out. If you do postpone and get out of jail, Mr. Hill, you have a number of conditions you need to comply with. First of all, you have an emergency protective order that's being issued in this case. This is for the protection of Amona Ramadan, prohibits you from doing four things. First of all, you're prohibited from committing family violence against her, which is already illegal. Second of all, you're prohibited from communicating with her or members of her household or family in a threatening or harassing manner. So if you have any contact with her over the phone or in some other way, you need to be careful how you communicate with her. Do you understand that? Thirdly, you are prohibited from going within 200 yards of her address. Now, we tried to get a hold of her to try to clarify exactly what her address is. Is she still on the Wells Branch Parkway address?
No, she's at a 606 Misty Morning Cove.
When did she move there?
About maybe a couple weeks ago.
Did her lease end at the Wells Branch Parkway address?
Yeah, when we separated, we separated apartments. She went her way, I went mine.
So you said it's 606 what?
606. I don't know the exact address. I just know it's like 606 Misty something. Misty Morning or something maybe. I'm not I'm not sure exactly what it is.
I got you. Well, the number we have for her, 262-3972, does that sound right? Because we haven't been able to get a hold of her.
Yeah, I think that's right. I know she changed the number, so I don't.
Okay, well, maybe that's why we're probably not working on the right number then. All right. I'm gonna look into to kind of clarify if we could find out where she lives. You need to stay 200 yards away from her residence. Do you understand that?
So does that mean I'm not gonna be allowed to see my daughter? Like, how do I do that?
You're not prohibited from seeing your daughter, but you're gonna have to see them somewhere that's not within 200 yards of where she's staying. Y'all gonna have to meet somewhere else. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Hey, 200 yards from her address.
That's my main concern right there. I just want to see my daughter home. Whatever I gotta do.
I understand. And then lastly, you're prohibited from carrying a firearm or ammunition. If you have a concealed handgun license, it is suspended while this protective order is in effect. This protective order is going to last for 2 months until July 11th. You're going to get a copy of it. Make sure you read it and comply with it, because if you violate it, it is punishable by up to a year in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. Now, if she's planning on like trying to get the charges dropped, does that still apply?
That's something she could discuss with the district attorney's office. Ultimately, it's not her call, believe it or not. It's the district attorney's office's call whether they're going to pursue the case. Now, they may take her input into consideration, and they'll I'm sure want to talk to her and find out what she thinks about things and all that. But ultimately, the final decision will be the DA's office.
Okay. And you said I can't get a personal bond right now. Is there any reason why?
The number one, the law does not allow a personal bond on a felony domestic violence case, which is strangulation case is. So I wouldn't have the discretion to do that. Second of all, to be honest with you, based upon the allegations in this case, which are quite serious, and your criminal record and other things, I wouldn't be comfortable doing it.
Okay.
Not allowed. I don't mind you asking, but that's the reason.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to hear why.
I get it. You need to you need to make sure you abide by this protective order. You're also not allowed to possess any firearms at all while this case is going on. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Now, we tried to get a hold of her to try to clarify some other things, but haven't been. So I'm gonna.
So do I need to get her to try to contact? I can tell my grandma. I'm gonna call my grandma and see what she can do. I'll tell her if she needs to contact you guys, we're gonna do whatever we have to.
So he just literally was like, so you want me to get in touch with her and get her to get in touch with you? Like, my bro, you can't talk to her. Ever. Red flag. Red. Sorry.
To do to get this on the right track.
You could tell her if you can get a message to her to call the Travis County Pretrial Services Office. The number's on the wall next to you.
Would that benefit me?
Well, I couldn't really tell you. I just tell you that on domestic violence cases, generally, it's helpful for us to have input. You know, I don't know you personally. You know,
yes, sir.
And talking to the victim, we get a better sense of whether there's concerns about safety, what kind of conditions are the most appropriate under the circumstances, the history of the relationship. So that's why we do that. So I can tell you whether it'll end up helping you or not.
But considering that we have been talking and we have been good on a good level.
Well, I took that into consideration, and I took into consideration the fact that this incident happened a month and a half ago. And I know y'all have a kid together and all that. I took those things and your financial situation into consideration in setting the bonds that I did. To be honest with you, otherwise it would have been a bit higher.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate that a lot, sir.
Yeah, but I'm serious, Mr. Hill. If you end up having any contact with her somewhere where you need to exchange the child and all that, you need to make sure you resolve any disputes in a non-physical fashion. Do you understand?
Of course, no. Of course, I got you.
You want a court-appointed attorney, or you want to hire your own lawyer?
I'm gonna get my own lawyer, but right now, just give me a court-appointed.
All right. Any other questions?
And in that agreement, that wasn't saying that I couldn't talk to her at all. I just need to be
stay 200 yards away from where she's living.
Okay.
And you cannot communicate with her in a threatening or harassing manner.
Okay, but I can still communicate though, as long as it's
At this point in time, yes. Based upon the information I have at this point in time, yes.
Okay. And it won't be adjusted to be anything worse than that, right?
It depends on if I get information that that tells me that more restrictive bond conditions need to be instituted, then I will. I mean, it depends on if I get more information that, based upon the information I have now, this is what we're doing. But if I get further information that tells me that someone needs to be protected in a more diligent fashion, then I will add some other bond conditions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can do that. All right, so 15,000. Okay.
15,000. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Alcorn, did you bring that other Morris guy?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, this will be quick. Michael Morris.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morris, I'm magistrate judge. I'm just here to explain your charges, your rights, and your options on how to get out of jail, okay?
All right.
This will be quick, don't worry.
I got a hearing in there.
You're charged with a state jail felony theft charge with a bond amount of $10,000.
Okay.
This is a criminal charge based on the sworn statement of a police officer. Doesn't mean you've been found guilty. You're presumed innocent unless proven guilty. You have certain rights under the Constitution in any criminal case. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to make any statements about your case. If you give up your right to remain silent, whatever you say can be used against you. You have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you. If you don't have the money to hire your own attorney, you can request a court-appointed lawyer. Do you want a court-appointed lawyer, or do you want to hire your own lawyer?
Court appointed right now.
If the police or the prosecutor want to talk to you about the facts of your case, you don't have to talk to them about it if you don't want to. If you choose to talk to them, you can end the interview at any time. You have the right to have a lawyer present during any discussion with the police or prosecutor about your case. You also have a right to a reasonable amount of time to talk with your lawyer before making any decisions about your case. This is a felony. On a felony, you have the right to request an examining trial. That's a preliminary hearing to argue that there's no reasonable basis, no probable cause to charge you. You could talk with your lawyer about that. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Morris, you've never been arrested before, have you?
No, sir. This is my first time being in trouble.
I'm in trouble. And you live in Jonestown?
Yes, sir. 18505 East Lake Terrace.
Mr. Morris, I'm going to do a personal bond in your case. Even though your bond's $10,000, I'm going to release you on a personal bond. You're going to be released for free based on your promise to come to all your court dates.
Yes, sir.
You're going to have to pay a one-time $40 personal bond fee within a week after you're released. An envelope will be attached to your paperwork to send that in. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Your first court date will be written on your paperwork when you get out of jail. It'll be in the next couple of weeks. If you don't show up for your court dates, you will be rearrested and the county will sue you for the $10,000.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure I'm in.
But as long as you show up for your court dates, you won't have to pay the bond amount. Besides showing up for court, you have one condition you need to comply with. You're required to stay away from the Exxon station at 18681 FM 1431 in Austin, Texas. You
yes, sir.
In Jonestown. That's in Jonestown. You need to stay away from there. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I don't go near there after all the incidents. I gave the owner my word I wouldn't.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Not really.
All right. Good luck.
All right. How would I go about, actually I do. How do I go about paying for my, because I do have the money on me right now for the PR bond. Can I just pay it now?
The $40 fee needs to be paid in the next week. When you get out, you'll have an envelope to where you could send that in. I wouldn't send cash, send a money order. Or you could just walk over to the courthouse next to the jail, Travis County Pretrial Services Office.
Okay.
And give them the 40.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck.
Most definitely. So next we'll head over to post 3.
Yeah.
All right.
No, in fact, next we were going to talk about the Canadian coin situation. So, well, folks, if you're new here, my name is Kitchen Court Cases, and I am Canadian, in fact. Outside the window here, the green, luscious forest, it is Canada. And I'm on the West Coast. That means it's only 8:11 p.m. And so we're just getting started. This is like, I don't know, whatever you call this. Not like the pre-food part of the meal, but like a namuz, but no, a palate cleanser, but what is that called in fancy words? Whatever that is. Anyways, for our insert fancy word here, we are going to have explain the coins. So in the States, you guys have, I know all your bills. I know all of them. I worked in banking for a long time. I've told you guys this before, and part of my job was ordering and like maintaining the foreign cash for the branch. And so I was in charge of ordering all the different currencies that we carried and then distributing that to the other tellers while I held the majority of it, and then also responsible for sending it back to the main cash depot. So I used to do that quite a bit. So I'm very familiar with most currencies and also how foreign exchange works. And one of the things when you're in Canada, coins are very common. But we recently, I say recently, I think it's not recently, but we got rid of the penny. We no longer have a penny. However, when you're using electronic currency to purchase something, the pricing still reflects pennies. So like all the pricing still says penny numbers, but if you're paying cash, they round up or down. And so we do not have any pennies anymore. Our lowest denomination coin is right here. And this is oh, fuck yeah. I forgot. This is our 5-cent coin here. Oh, God. Why am I doing this live? I could just pull pictures of this up. So much easier. But I wanted to prove to you that I have it. Anyways, that's a beaver on there, okay? I'm going to pull pictures of this up. Now, so it's called a nickel. And the Canadian nickel is worth 5 cents. Next, we have the dime. The dime comes, hold on. I don't want to show them all at once, but I guess I'm going to have to. Or I'll help. Larry's going to help. Larry's going to help. Okay. Copy. Just give me 1 second, guys. I just have to, oh no. Damn, that's not what I want to do. I just want to give you the best experience as so basically what you need to know is that coins. You can collect a lot of coin in Canada and actually make some decent money. 1 second. Done. Okay, so, oh, not that bitch again. Get the fuck off my screen. That is not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Okay, so we were just at the nickel. Larry, could you do me a favor, please? Thank you. Yes, Larry. That's exactly what I need. So we have Larry, come right over here. I'll stand up there. You stand over here, okay? Okay. So right below me is the nickel with the beaver on it. You can't see it any fucking better. Not a single bit better than you could in the picture. In the like that picture sucks. Next is a dime. It's got a sailboat on it. It's worth 10 cents. Also, we have special ones. This one looks like it has a dragon on it. I'll try and show you the dragon. Then we have quarters. The quarters have I'm gonna get it wrong. It's either a caribou or a um reindeer, but I think it's a caribou. Anyways, the caribou on the quarter. And those are worth 25 cents. And then you have loonies. Those are like sort of gold looking. And those have a loon on them, just like the. So that's a loonie. And then the toonies right there. Oh, and that's a 50-cent coin over by Larry there, but nobody uses those. They're not in circulation. But they do exist. So the loonie here, and then the toonie is a $2 coin that is dual colored, and in the middle is a polar bear and is worth $2. And the loonie is worth $1. And it's very, 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 very normal to be asking for toonies or loonies or whatever. So loonies $1, toonies $2. And we do have $1 bills and $2 bills along with our 5, 10, 20, 50, hundreds. But they are not in common circulation. And in fact, even when I worked at the bank, how it works is when you have out of circulation paper currency, so like old, basically like the old version, you pull it out as a teller and then you sell it back to the Bank of Canada as what's called mutilated cash. And you do that also with anything that's ripped or written on or anything like that. And so that was also part of my job. Like all the tellers would sell all their mutilated cash to me and I would hold on to it. And then we would send it out once to the Bank of Canada for them to deal with. So and coin comes in rolls. So you get a roll of toonies is $50, a roll of loonies is $25, a roll of quarters is $10, a roll of dimes is $5, a roll of nickels is $2, and a roll of pennies is 50 cents. So that. And I know how to count money so fast because I worked at a bank for a long time and you do have cash counters, but you also just spend a lot of time like touching money and counting it. And so I've done a lot of that. And the other thing is that we were allowed to do was like in Canada, they're never going to say like, oh, this is a US quarter, I'm not going to take it, but they also won't give you US exchange rate for it. So but you can tell the difference very easily with US quarters between Canadian quarters, even though they're the same size. And so I used to sit there and go and open rolls of quarters and like look for US quarters and separate them out and buy them at par and then use them. Yeah. So also I like money in Canada is funny because we all have like debit cards and stuff, so it's not very common as much to have it anymore. But it is still obviously accepted everywhere and is something that we are proud of in Canada, our currency. I'll tell you something, as somebody who's counted lots and lots of money in both currencies, because when I ran the shuttle service, we took US dollars and that I counted over $1 million by hand that summer, in US dollars. And I'll just tell you right now, like I know it seems silly, but our bills also have Braille on them. And they're also, so like, there's a lot of distinguishing factors that help you, lots of people very simply see that you're dealing with a different kind of bill. And the US is sort of leaning towards that in the coloring that they've put on their bills. But anyways, this is more science than Fauci, I guess. I don't think so. Not from me, I'll tell you that. You have a $500 bill, Rachel. Well, here's the thing. So if it was real tender in Canada, it's always going to be worth money if it's legitimate, even if it's ripped in half. But if it's ripped in half and you only have half of it, the thing is, on the bottom of bills in Canada, there's two serial numbers. They're the same, but they are on both parts of the bill on the same side. And the bill is worth half, basically, per serial number. So I've definitely had people turn in half bills before and get half the money back for them. That would go to the mutilated cash and then be sent to the Bank of Canada. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. I am yeah, distracted. But the good thing about Canadian cash is that it is delicious smelling. It smells just like maple syrup. 100%. And for you Americans, it costs 30% less for every dollar. So every coffee you buy me is actually cheap, I've been told. You do need a passport, I believe, to come to Canada. You should come to Canada. I live in one of the great spots of Canada, and I used to be in tourism and doing things with cruise ships and shore excursions. So I think you absolutely should make a visit out here. It's well worth it. Lots and lots of fun. Dawn dish soap washes money well. Again, I've worked in banking, I've worked in many different industries, and I've also done an extensive review on money laundering in Canada and our specific province and its problem with money laundering. We have a pretty significant problem with money laundering here. And what's interesting is that the banks are not really the point of exchange for the money laundering here because they're so stringently managed in a way. So, yes, passport is required for Canada, looks like. I am in British Columbia on Vancouver Island, which is one of the biggest islands in the world and also one of the most beautiful, if I do say so myself. We have amazing weather, amazing people, amazing things to do. And like I said, 30% less for your dollar. You get a lot of bang for your buck down here, up here. Technically, where I am is below portions of the United States. We are in the southernmost tip of Canada, I believe, unless parts of the Ontario basin sort of dip, but I believe we are. And we are in a temperate rainforest climate. So we are surrounded by giant trees and forests. And if you've ever seen the television show on the History Channel Alone, where they drop people off in the wilderness and sort of like let them try and figure it out, many of the seasons of that show were filmed on the island here where I am. Hi, W. Pistol. Hope you are doing well. Prissy, nice to see you. Valentino. Oh, I know about it. You have a 1907 double eagle coin? Yeah, so there's some really cool coins. We have $2 bills. I'm sorry. Thank you, CRD. I totally forgot. Our $2 bills were quite ubiquitous until the late 90s when they were replaced by the toonie. The toonie was a bit of a kerfuffle for people. They were like, oh, we want our bill. But we eventually came around to it and love it, just like we do the loonie. So, but $2 bills are still around. A lot of people like keep them as mementos. But again, I saw them quite often at the bank when I worked there. Again, coin, you have to understand something. When somebody brings in coin to the bank, most people aren't unrolling it. So if the size fits, it's likely never checked until it might get through the circulation. Like some of the coin that you bring in from other people that have rolled it, you will use to sell to businesses that come in to buy coin for their businesses, because otherwise you have to order that from the big money place and get that delivered for a fee. So ideal money and like management of a bank is when you can utilize the incoming money but also not have a high you have to be within limitations in what you're allowed to keep on site overnight, basically. So you can't keep like millions and millions and millions of dollars on hand in the branch because it's just not smart or feasible. But on the other hand, you can't keep nothing because you have to be prepared for lots of things. So that was one of my main jobs, was ordering and shipping cash and coin every single day into the branch. And keep in mind, I love pointing this part out, but I was 17 years old at the time, doing this for the main branch of our bank down in the city. And I had failed math at that point like 6 times. Couldn't do math. Literally couldn't do the math. But could totally manage that. There are no bridges from the mainland to our island. You are unable to go build a bridge. Some people really want to, but it's quite a distance. There's a ferry that runs very consistently, some would say, called the BC ferries, and they run from Vancouver, where they depart. I think it is, Langley. Horseshoe, no. And then they come to Victoria, which is Schwartz Bay. And you have to drive from the ferries to downtown where I live is about a 30-minute drive. And the ferry is quite expensive for a vehicle, and like 2 passengers I think is over $100 each way. And you have to get there quite early because the ferries fill up. So you arrive at the terminal and you purchase your ticket, and then you go in the lanes and get ready to board the different ferries, because we have a number of what are called Gulf Islands here. So those are smaller islands that are also serviced by the BC ferries. And so those have departures at different times and with smaller boats. But for example, you may have heard of Salt Spring Island. It's pretty famous throughout the world. It's another great one. But there's also many other small islands. And you can also get to Vancouver Island as a whole via Nanaimo. That's where I think Horseshoe Bay is. I don't know. Nanaimo. And when you arrive there, you would have about a 2-hour drive to Victoria. Our island is very, very large. When you think about it, it's huge I think it's the 7th largest island in the world. And so it has a lot of unexplored and undeveloped areas, like a lot of British Columbia, but it has also some amazing, amazing places. Tofino, which is on the coast, is renowned for surfing, and people love to surf the waves up there. That is at Ucluelet, I believe. Your sister lived on Salt Spring CRD. Nice. So on the island where I am, like I grew up here and, spent a lot of my childhood outdoors, camping. I was in Girl Guides. I did a lot of nature-based things. And I really had no anchor point to how privileged and lucky I was until I started traveling throughout the world myself and realizing just how unique the land and place is here. And I had taken it for granted for many, many years. It's just when you grow up running through forests with giant trees and um, yeah, it's just you don't really realize when places don't have that. So, there's many places on the island to go. You could go and get lost in 100 different places. I've barely traveled the island in reality. I want to do more, but I've done lots of different things. And in Victoria, which is where I live, there is many, many things to do. And I particularly love whale watching from the inner harbor. They will take you out and you can usually see whales very, very easily. And they will take you to see many different other sea aquatic things in their natural environments. And there's usually a naturist or a biologist on board with you. So it is well worth it. If you were ever taking a cruise through Alaska and you come into Victoria as a port, that's a great thing to do. And we also have some of the best restaurants in the world here. So we're very, very lucky. It is extremely expensive. And you can't really leave once you get here because you're like, oh my, shoot, I'm sort of stuck. Anyways. Okay. We are off the ADD tangent. Med check for everybody listening. Med check, med check, med check. Let's keep going with some court that we're going to watch. Yes, happy Mother's Day to everybody. We do celebrate Mother's Day. I think on the same day. I think it's tomorrow. Yeah. If you can't imagine visiting all 50 states, you can start with visiting all 10 provinces of Canada because there's only 10. And that's easy. That's like a dip in the park. Anyways, okay. Alaska does absolutely offer whale watching. I'm partial to my local businesses that I used to run tours with. We offer a lot that they offer up in Alaska, but some of the things that we offer that isn't in Alaska is like the Bouchard Gardens. Here, I'll show you guys that quickly. And that is one of the places where we used to send people all the time. And this is the funny part, right? Like people don't quite understand the scale of the island because they're on vacation and that's not what they're worried about. Like they just don't really think about it. And so it is expensive to go on a tour from the ship, but when you make a decision about whether or not to go on a trip from the ship, you have to determine whether or not it's the safest way to do it or if you can do it yourself. So the Bouchard Gardens is like 45 minutes to an hour away from where the ship gets in downtown. And the ships that come to Victoria are really only there for like 4 to 6 hours. Like it's a very short time frame because they only have to do it for legal reasons. So what ends up happening, hold on. what ends up happening is that people that don't want to pay for the tour from the ship. But the thing is, like when I used to run that tour, I used to have to get people on that freaking bus immediately for that tour because first of all, here's the problem. Okay, I'm going to show you this video and you're going to say, oh my god, that's so lovely. Oh, it looks great. Let's just see here, Larry, let's talk about it, right? But we're going to mute it because I don't know what he did in here. Here's the thing. There's like the merry-go-round that's like all custom, and there's sunken gardens, and it's very beautiful, right? Well, all the ships, you know what time they arrive? They arrive at like 6 p.m. sometimes. And so people go and they get there and it's dark by the time they're out on tour, and they get all pissed off because it's not as nice at night. It's nice. So I started calling that tour Enchanted Bouchard and like advertising the twinkling lights. And then the other thing is that you'll notice this is a huge pathway, garden, stairs, like it's a hike, it's a trek, right? And people break their hips there all the time. I used to have to go there all anyways. But so this is like so far away from the main tourist, like from the cruise ship, that you cannot get there cheaper than going with the ship. You just can't. The taxi won't be cheaper. We don't have Uber. It's just never going to be cheaper than with the ship. So, but it is beautiful to see. And in the summer, this is the worst part. In the summertime, in the evenings, they do fireworks on Saturday nights, and the ship is supposed to leave at like 11:30, and I would never be able to get people back in time because they will be watching the fireworks, and I was like, I hate the fireworks. These fireworks are messing everything up. Ugh. Anyways. It's beautiful, but it's also just like its own sort of beast. And in the winter time, we set it up and it's got like a, whatever it's called, skating rink. And you can go for high tea there. I've had that. And we also combine this tour with Butterfly Gardens, which is like a tropical gardens. So that is one of the cool sort of like unique things that people. The biggest, it was the biggest seller of tours. I was always like, I have some other really great options here, and it doesn't quite work like that. But anyways, what we're gonna do now, I'm just gonna quickly do a quick instructional on the game that we were thinking. Well, here's the funny thing about Bouchard is that is actually a person's home and property, and there used to be a mine there or like some sort of pit, and the family owned that, the Bouchards owned that company and that land, and they created these sunken gardens in the like remains of this mine, or sort of operation that they had there, and then built their own private home. And then when they passed away, it became a public, or not public, but a private facility where they allow the public to enter for a fee. And it's quite expensive. But it is beautiful. I will say that. And I don't think they have it in Alaska. Giant gardens like that. Ah. Yeah, we have Japanese tea gardens as well. So we used to do one of my famous like amazing tours was called high tea at the Empress Hotel. It was actually quite world famous to go and have high tea at the Empress. Always sold very well. Great tour. But they stopped doing it. The Empress did. It was very upsetting to me. Very upsetting. Anyways, okay. So the game that we play in here, and if any of you aren't into games, we change it up in here a lot. I have lots of videos that are just court, so feel free to check those out too, or ask us what's going on. We all are learning, but I think what we're going to try here is the game that we have is called Wordle. It is you guessing 5-letter guesses, and we work as a team in the chat. So the object isn't to guess is to guess in as few guesses as possible as a team in the chat, and all the guesses need to be 5 letters. And how it works is let's see here. Let me share. So you can see that if you have a green word, that means it's correct. So that means the letter's right and it's in the right spot. If you have a yellow square, that means that letter is in this word, but it's not in this spot. And if it is gray, that means that letter doesn't appear in the word at all, and you should no longer use it in any further guesses. This is also based on the words that are used in the chat, I believe. And it's not on a timer per se, in the sense that you don't get penalized if you don't guess quickly. You get penalized more for guessing wrong. What's important is to try and make sure that you're as live with the chat or with the stream as possible. And we are still testing this out in the sense. And that's why we're still learning what the best way to play this is. Okay, have all the people gone yet that are losers and don't want to play with us? The rest of us already know how to play. No, I'm just joking. And then the command to play is exclamation mark TRY space and then your 5-letter guess. But I encourage you to speak together in the chat, because every win that you get higher on the list, there's 6 possible guesses, right? Or I think it's 6. Is it 6 or 5? Yeah, 6. You have 6 possible tries. And as a team, you get KCC points based on how high, i.e., how few guesses it takes you, including 1 million points to everybody if somebody guesses the word first. And if you don't understand, absolutely, totally feel free to wait and figure it out. We are all learning, as I said. So what we do, I'm going to show you how to try it. I'm going to try it first, and I'll explain to you what I mean. So my first guess, that's the other thing. We were going to make it like a theme. Maybe I should make the theme the first word that I guess. Okay, perfect. That's a great theme. Thank you, whoever guessed dicks. That's perfect. So what that means is the next guess should be including an S and an I, but not in those spots, and not including a D or a C or a K. Keep in mind, guys, when you start with dicks, you might be just left with is. I'm just kidding. So there's no teams necessarily. It's just team you versus me in a way. So let's see what happens with the guesses. So if that was dicks, you would have all got 1 million points. Just so you know. Larry. I love Larry Beaver. Is that a lot, Courtney? I think so. For being completely arbitrary and worth nothing except minute amounts of self-esteem for you. Yeah. So now that we know there's no T, there's no F, there's definitely no I or S in either of those spots. No Ks. No L, but I'm just, before we get going with the court, I want to see how good you guys do here. Because right now, your problem solving together skills are not ideal. Slide is not good because there's no L, there's no D, there's no E. I know everybody is tired and it's late and nobody's in trouble for not winning. Don't worry about it. However, I am disappointed. Oh, look at, now we have greens. Okay. So no E's, no L's, no D's, no T's, no C's, no K's, no F's, no, I'll mire you. I'm just joking. And again, if you are listening, make sure you are live. I'm going to put the instructions. Make sure you are live. So the word was shiny. The correct answer was shiny. Remember, green means it's in the right spot. Gray means this letter is not in this word. There are no S's, no E's, no I's, no P's, no O's, no T's, no H's, no M's, no S's. But it does have an L and it has a U in the middle. L and a U in the middle. Larry Beaver says, remember to make sure you're live if you want to play the game because you could be guessing the wrong puzzle. So make sure you're as live as possible. No S's, guys. No T's. No R's. No P's. Is Courtney alive? Can we get a check on Courtney? That is the way I see it. I understand. I think we sort of need like Judge Kim
Y
for
su
this.
capacidad de
Oh
convertir
no, I can't do that. I can't do another one.
de giro sería liberado y si vuelve a comparecer a todas sus citas sin falta cuando se termine.
You have the right to remain term not to exceed 1 year or both. You're at one, possibly. Make sure. So you just need to talk to your lawyer about that if you're not able to post bond and get out. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Bombella. All right, you have 2 charges from Bexar County.
I believe one's from Bear and one's from Oldham.
Oh, yes. Looking at that now. See, Oldham is the possession of marijuana. It's a state jail felony. The range of punishment for a state jail felony, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a state jail term of 6 months.
The word was flunk. Again, the word was flunk. If you want to play the game, please make sure you are live by hitting the live button at in your whatever that's called, like the time bar. I don't know. You know what I mean. Remember, there's no problem with taking some time to guess. Hi, Ray. Welcome back. I'm so glad to see you. I am here. Where am I? I don't even know where I am. I'm here. There I am. We're playing the word game. We're having fun. Larry the Beaver's here. I'm accepting all Larry the Beaver. Oh, and also, yeah, make sure you turn on all chat or live chat so that you see all the guesses from people, guys. Okay. Let us see. I hope you're all having a wonderful night. Also, if you haven't yet, please clock in for your shift. Hit like or dislike to make sure you clocked in. Thank you for the dress compliments. I appreciate it. One of my favorites. Super comfortable. And let us get back going here. What do we think this magistrate has brought to the jail for lunch today? What do you think? What do you think?
months to 2 years. And the judge, I guess this is a failure to appear or something. So the judge did no bond. So you'd have to see that judge in order to get a bond set. Okay. Did you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer? And then the other charge is an assault. It's a Class A misdemeanor. This is the one out of Bexar County. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. And again, the judge in Bexar County said no bond, so you'll have to see that judge in order to get a bail amount set. And if, I'm not sure which place you'll go to first, but they have up to 10 working days to come get you, or to be transferred there. Do you have any questions? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Is it Mr. Ellendew? Ellendew? How do you say your last name?
Ellendew.
Ellendew?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard it correctly. Okay.
Ellendew.
All right, you have 2 charges. One is a Class A misdemeanor, resisting arrest. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. Your bail on this is set at $2,000. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer? A free lawyer?
For the bail amount?
The bail is $2,000, but then you need a lawyer. So do you want a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes. What about a bail's bond?
A personal bond?
Personal bond.
Let me talk to you about that in just a sec. So the second charge is a Class B misdemeanor criminal trespass. The range of punishment for this is a fine not to exceed $2,000 and a jail term not to exceed 180 days or both. And your bail on this is set at $2,000. So it's a total of $4,000. So, the pretrial services said they came by to talk to you twice and that you did not want to answer the questions about a personal bond. And just looking at this, I'll be honest with you. I'm not inclined. I don't think I would do a personal bond today. I can ask them to come talk to you again so the information is on file, but I'm not willing to do a personal bond today. You should have because these are misdemeanors, you should have a bond review hearing on Monday. So do you want me to ask pretrial to come talk to you about the personal bond, or do you want to wait till Monday?
To wait on
you probably wouldn't get a personal. I mean, I'm not going to do one today, and it wouldn't come up again until either your lawyer brings it to a judge's attention or possibly a judge reviews it at a bond review hearing on Monday or Tuesday. So I just know if you want to, I can ask them to come ask you the questions again so that they have your financials and all that ready to go. So a judge or your lawyer could use that information to help you. But if they come to talk to you, then you've got to answer their questions. It's just about the personal bond. Where do you live? Do you work? Do you have references? That sort of thing. not about the cases. Do you want pretrial to come talk to you?
I would rather pre-trial come, talk to me.
Okay, now if they come talk to you, will you answer their questions?
I'll answer.
Okay, because otherwise it won't be very helpful to you. So I will ask them to come speak to you, but if you'll be respectful to them and answer their questions, nothing about the case, just about where you're living and what you're doing and that sort of thing, okay? All right, do you have any other questions?
What's the other way?
Well, regardless of whether you talk to pretrial, you'll get a lawyer probably Monday or Tuesday, and they'll come talk, the lawyer will come talk to you. They can talk to a judge at that point about a personal bond. You also may very well have a personal bond hearing or review on Monday or Tuesday where a judge looks at the case. I don't know. That's a possibility. So those kind of are your options today. So you'll be here at least probably till Monday or Tuesday and maybe longer, but that's the best it would be.
I heard you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Colton Dryden. All right, your charge is a Class A misdemeanor, driving while intoxicated. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a minimum of 30 days in jail, up to a year in jail, and or up to a $4,000 fine. Your bail is set at $5,000. Bond conditions, if you get out, are an interlock device within 10 days of getting released, and then you have to participate in an alcohol evaluation. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
Court-appointed.
And today, I'm not willing to sign a personal bond because you're on probation for the same thing, and it's not.
I'm not on probation for the same thing. I've already completed it.
You're currently not on probation?
No, I did 18 months and I got out in January.
Okay, let me look.
And I have a good job. I work Monday through Sunday.
When you say you did 18 months, is that a probation or you were confined?
I set it out at Larry Gist State Jail.
And where is that?
In Beaumont.
Did you initially get probation?
I went to take probation, but I couldn't do it at that time. I wasn't working at that time. I wasn't none of that. So I just went and set it out.
And you're currently working?
Yes, ma'am. And I have a car that I bought from Dynamic Motors, and I have to make a payment every Saturday. That's what I live in. So my car got towed last night. I really need to get out of here so I can get my car. That's my home. I don't have family or nobody out here in Austin.
Well, what amount of money are you able to come up with in order to post bond?
I should get paid today. When I get out of here, I need to go get my check. I get paid every Friday.
Right, but you have to have the money in order to get out.
Right. Well, my whole boss, if I don't get a PR, he said to call him when I got done talking to you, and I think he's gonna come try to help me get out. But I mean, if I can get a PR, I mean, you won't see me back. You won't see me back in here, I promise.
Well, but 2020, you had the same charge. And so that's not very long ago. So I don't feel real good about that. What amount of money do you think you could come up with in order to get out?
Couple $100. I gotta get my car out of the tow yard too.
All right. I'll set it at 4,000. That's the best I can do because this is your second offense. And then you've got to get that interlock device on your car because it's out within 10 days after you get out.
Okay.
Then do an alcohol evaluation. All right.
Yes,
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Benjamin Guerrero. All right, you've got 2 charges. One is a first-degree felony burglary of a habitation. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a jail term of 5 years to 99 years or life. Your bail on this is set at $3,000, and I'll talk to you about that more in just a minute.
You said the charge was what again?
You've got 2 charges. The first one is a first-degree felony, burglary of a habitation.
And they said burglary, but I never entered the house. Like that's
okay. That's okay. Don't talk about the facts, okay? I set your bail very low for this type of offense, and I'll talk to you about that more in just a minute, okay? You have to do a violence evaluation and then no contact with the complaining witness, and which is that gentleman, and stay 200 yards or more away from him. Can you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
I'm a hire a lawyer.
All right. Are you able to do that now? Because let me finish this and we'll talk about that. So the other charge is a third-degree felony injury to an elderly person. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a jail term of not more than 10 years, nor less than 2 years, or both. Your bail is set at $3,000, so it's a total of $6,000. No contact with the complaining witness, 200 yards stay away from the complaining witness.
Okay.
Now, the problem with your case is, from the standpoint of a personal bond, is that the law does not allow a personal bond on a felony case that involves violence, which is the assault.
Yes, ma'am.
I read the probable cause affidavit, so the facts that I read and understand is why I set your bail amount low.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, are you going to be able to post bond to get out? You're probably going to have to come up with $600 or so.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because I can't do a.
So if I have the $600 today, I can get out.
Correct. What you need to do, what you have to do is call either you or family or friend need to get in touch with you could put up $6,000 and get out, but that's kind of hard for most of us to do. So the other option you have is to call a bail bond company. There are numbers by the phone there, or get a family member or friend to do that and see what it would cost for you to be able to get out. Generally, it's about 10 to 20%, which is $600 to $1,200.
Okay.
But somebody will have to call and work that out with the bail bond company.
Okay.
You don't just put money up at the jail. You have, unless it's the cash.
Well, unless it's cash, we could come up here with the money.
You'd have to put up $6,000 in cash. It's held in your name. And as long as you come to all your court hearings, the money will eventually be returned to you. Otherwise, you've got to go through a bail bond company.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And now what I'm hearing from you is that you're going to stay away from this gentleman's house. And is your child staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you get to see your child?
Well, I was gonna go see him that day, but all the stuff happened.
Okay, who has
there to pick him up and leave?
Who has custody of your child?
My baby mother.
Okay, and she lives there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so unless there's some order in place that I don't know about, you can talk to her about how to see your child, but you can't go to the home to deliver things or see your child. Okay, because if he's there, you can't be there. And you can talk to your lawyer about it. Under the circumstances, it's better off for you not to go there.
Yes, ma'am.
Even if he's not there. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to just put that on here so there's no confusion. You have to stay away. From that address. I'll have to find the address.
It's I could give it to you if you want.
Well, I will. Okay, you tell me what you think it is and then I'll confirm it, but you know what house I'm talking about, right?
It's 3002 South Pleasant Valley Road.
So you know exactly where you can't go, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so if you want to make phone calls, you just need to let your post officer know.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Timothy Caballero.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Let's see, you've got one charge. It's a state jail felony, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a state jail term of 6 months to 2 years. Your bail is set at $6,000. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so it doesn't look like you have any prior charges based on what I have. Make sure that's right. But we don't have any references for you for pretrial to call find out where you're living, that sort of thing. Do you have any references that you can give me to give pretrial?
Not really. Possibly my baby mother. She stays here off of Riverside, and I'm on and off in between addresses with her and the streets, being homeless.
Okay, do you know her number?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's her name and number?
Her name is Emma Victoria Vasquez. Her number is
All right, I will ask
Not on my
pretrial
watch.
to call her. I mean, otherwise you can post bond and get out. But for a personal bond, I don't have enough information to sign that unless we get information from Ms. Vasquez that would make me feel comfortable to do that. So I'll ask pretrial to call her. You can also call her and give her pretrial's number, which is by the phone there, and she could call pretrial and say she's calling as a reference.
okay. Cool.
All right, then did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you do have 2 charges out of municipal court from 2020, failing to maintain insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm gonna ask for those to be set. You have a response, especially if you don't have an address. Do you have an address where your notices can be sent?
I would say my baby mama's address would be best.
And what is that?
1550 1515 Wicker Street.
So you have the responsibility to follow up about this. So when you get out, you need to contact municipal court. You can even go over there during the day, like from 8:30 to 11:30, and then the afternoon 1 to 4. And you could talk to a prosecutor to see if you could get the case worked out. If you don't follow up with it, you're going to end up with another warrant and get arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claiborne Joyner.
How you doing?
Hello. You have 1 charge out of Williamson County. It looks like maybe you failed to go to court. It's a possession of marijuana. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $2,000 and a jail term not to exceed 180 days or both. It's a Class B. The judge in Williamson County set this as a $5,000 cash or surety. So you'd either have to go through a bail bond company or put up the cash.
And it'd be 10% of the 5,000?
Usually, I don't know if it would be different because you failed to attend court. You would have to contact the bail bond company and see what they would charge.
Yeah. And then go ahead.
Otherwise, if you're not able to post bond and get out, they have up to 10 working days to come get you.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
Court appointed.
All right. And then did you have a question?
Yeah, like I was trying to see who was responsible, like, for letting me know about the court date.
Well, it depends. I don't know if you had.
I recently did go to court, and an officer came up to me and told me, well, they have something going on in the courtroom. He come up to me and tell me, like, they gonna reset me, we'll send you a text message or through email. And I was like, okay, cool. So I left, and I never heard back from him that day.
Right. But when you're in that situation, just thing to think about. If you're not sure if you're at the same address or not or whatever, when you know you've got a case, you got to follow up, right?
Yeah, I'm already knowing, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't know who contacted or didn't or whatever, but you know, in the end, it's your case. You got to take responsibility. So get on it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're not able to post bond to get out, which you can ask to make phone calls if you want to check on a bail bond company, or call a relative to help you with that or something, they'll have up to 10 working days to come get you, or Travis County take you up there.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am. So the bond is 5,000?
Right, cash or surety.
All right, cool.
Thank you. Colin Houston. All right, you've got 2 charges out of Fort Bend County.
Yes, ma'am.
So one is a driving while your license is invalid, which is a Class B misdemeanor. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $2,000 and a jail term not to exceed 180 days or both.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
judge there did set bail for you of $1,500 on that charge.
$1,500?
$1,500 on the first charge.
Okay, so how much is that? 10%?
Well, it's only $150, but I doubt that you just got to call and talk to the bail bond company to see what they're charging. I'm sure they have some minimum.
Yes, ma'am.
You can just call and see.
So will they will know my bond, right?
They should be able to look it up, but you can also tell them what it is so that you can get some idea.
Can I write this down, ma'am, please?
Can you write down the amount?
Yes, ma'am. I'm dyslexic, so I probably won't remember it.
Okay.
Can I use your pen, sir, please? So we're gonna do, the first one was how much?
The first one's $1,500.
50.
The second one is a Class A and it's $2,000.
$2,000, so that's 200.
So it's a total of $3,500.
So $350?
You'll have to ask them, but that's 10%. Let me finish telling you. So your charge, the second charge is a Class A misdemeanor, fail to identify.
Yes, ma'am.
Range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both.
You know what's crazy? I had got that case time served, and I forgot to go to court for my license to get my license back. That's the only reason why I'm in here.
All right.
Somebody
well, you
please
need,
clip
take
this
care of it.
immediately. Let's get it over to time served. Pretend like you don't know the word thing. So we have an A, we have no E. Put your other choices in the chat. I will again choose. I mean, Larry Better Eat Beaver Esquire will choose.
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
able to post bond and get out, do that.
ma'am.
And then you need to immediately contact Fort Bend County and
Yes, ma'am.
find out about a court date, or you're going to end up with another warrant.
Okay, well, I'm finna post bond right now, and I'll call for it as soon as I touch down.
Just do it, because
Yes, ma'am.
otherwise you'll be locked up again. You don't want to spend more money, and
Yes, ma'am.
take care of it, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Christian Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're gonna be next, but then I've got Mr. Ceballos, who's that? And Mr. Leonard.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then who's the other gentleman?
Trevino? Yes.
Who is it?
Trevino. His name is Trevino.
Augustine.
Let's see, I don't have him. Let me just look. All right, I'll look at him at the end. I didn't have him in the right stack. All right, so, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Ceballos, and Mr. Leonard, you all three qualify for a personal bond, which means that you can get released without putting up any money. And if you can, I'll go through all that with Mr. Garcia, and that will help you understand. If you have questions when it's your turn, certainly ask me. But a lot of this will apply to all of you about the personal bond part. Okay. So, Mr. Garcia, your charge is assault causing bodily injury involving family violence. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, this is a Class A misdemeanor, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. Your bail is set at $2,000. An emergency protective order has been issued that we'll go over. Your bond conditions are 200 yards stay away from the complaining witness, which I believe is your mother. No threatening or harassing contact or communication toward or with her. Okay? Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
I'll hire a lawyer, but I have a question on that emergency protective order.
Let me go over it with you first. This is for the protection of Mary Garcia. You're prohibited from communicating with her for committing family violence against her, or an assault or any type of stalking or trafficking offense against her. You're prohibited from communicating directly with her in a threatening or harassing manner, or communicating a threat through someone else to her. You're prohibited from going within 200 yards of 7911. You're prohibited from possessing a firearm, and a violation of this emergency protective order could result in a new charge. This is in effect until 11:59 p.m. on July the 12th, 2023. Now, what is your question?
So the house for that one, that's under my name, and then it's Unit 2. Unit A is all on the same property in the country, and that's where I run my business. I breed livestock. So if I'm unable to go there, the animals are gonna die, and I can't exactly move them into an apartment complex because it's country.
Right, but my understanding is that you have a girlfriend that you can live with. Is that correct?
No, cannot live with her. That's what she was trying to get me to do, is leave, and the officers ended up escorting her off of the property. I stayed there. They were gonna charge her with assault. I didn't want to charge her, and they were gonna charge her with theft. She left, and then she went to APD because this happened in Travis County, and then she made a report saying I hit her. If that was the case, Travis County would have arrested me. They didn't, because I was the one with bruises, not her. So they made her leave the property, not me. So Unit B is where I run my business with all my animals, and Unit A is where I and the baby stays, because I have a child. So
who takes care of the child?
The baby mother, but that's not my girlfriend. It's completely separate, but the baby will come and get dropped off with us. So we have, the house is 4 bedrooms. She stays on one, I stay on the other. The baby has one room right here. So that's why that's kind of where my business is. And if I don't go attend to it, the dogs are gonna die, or the horses will die.
And where else can you stay? Don't tell me there's no other place.
I mean, I can figure out a place to stay, but the dogs, no, I don't know anywhere I can move that many animals.
Well, we'll have to figure out.
Because that's the whole reason why Travis County removed her, because they said if they remove me, it would be considered animal cruelty because animals would die, because I breed pets for a living. That's the whole reason why they removed her and made her leave.
In the chat, what kind of livestock does he breed? For bonus points, if it's 5 letters, I'll make it the next guess that fits in with what we have on the chat on the word game. How we're playing the word game is everybody's putting guesses in the chat. Larry Beaver will pick the guess that we will put in the chat and we will put it in. And you guys can figure it out together. There's no O, there's no E, there's no Y, there's no V, there's no G, there's no M. You're thinking about what he's. Oh, yeah, I've asked 2 questions now. Reminder. I hope it's miniature pigs or beavers.
Right, but none of that's in this report that you're telling me.
Well, because that's an APD report. It wasn't an APD. It's in Travis County. So I have no idea where that one came from.
Right, but I don't have any of that information. So all I have in front of me is this and then what you're saying.
If you're able to check the actual number or whatever it is, the Travis County sheriffs that I was with added to that case whenever they saw it. So that way none of this would happen. Because of the fact that the property is mine, the business is on the other side, and she was the one being aggressive and they removed her. That's why when I found out I had a warrant, because they picked me up from work across the street, I didn't know what to say. And it was an officer I knew and he even looked it up. And I was trying to tell the pretrial if they can look it up too to see that she was the one that moved, not me. As well as my girlfriend, the number that I provided, like to show that I live there and that's where my business is. She was a witness, and as well as my ex-girlfriend's family, they were a witness to like her acting berate. And then, which on the phone call too, which I have a message to show the Travis County officer, she said if you don't leave and sign over the property, she was going to threaten to press charges. So she was trying to give me whatever it's called, an ultimatum, which I have that message too. So that's the whole thing. Like, I don't understand how it's an APD thing when this happened in Travis County. The Travis County sheriff's removed her. Nothing was an APD.
Okay, let me look at this to see if I see anything.
I don't know if I can give you witness numbers or whatever I give Travis County Sheriff.
Well, I can't do that at this stage.
But that is the reason why Travis County removed her, not me, because it wouldn't have been possible for me to leave with either the child or the animals. There's no one who knows how to take care of them, give them their shots, and as well as the puppies for breeding too. Because it's not like 1 or 2, I have a special license. I have over 20. 30. There's no way I can move that into an apartment or like purchase another home too that quick. Because me and her have been coexisting since this happened, and I haven't had any contact with her. Travis County, anytime she said something, I've called. I mean, they have records of her getting removed again, or them escorting her in and immediately escorting her out because I didn't want to have no contact with her.
What date did that happen that you're talking about?
It was at the end of last month. This all happened on the same day, and they were able to see pictures of like bruises and everything on me, and she was perfectly fine. And I didn't want to press charges. I just wanted her removed from my property so I can continue business with either my dogs or I had my child there. I didn't want my child to see that. Like that's
does she take care of your child?
No. Either I do it or the mother will come and pick it up. But whenever the mother's working, she's there with me, and then my girlfriend will come help. But I'm not at work over here at night. That's where I work at night because I help with the baby during the day. I have all my dogs during the day, which is like Frenchies, English Bulldogs, Dobermans, Cane Corsos, and I have horses. Like I have to do that during the day.
Hey, just a minute.
And then I have like contracts or whatever to prove that that is my place of business on unit A.
So the business is unit A?
Yeah, unit A and unit B, but it's 2 acres. 1 acre is unit B, 1 acre is unit A. Unit A is where I do business, unit B is where I live. But they're both within 200 feet of each other. And I can't not go because then my animals would like I had to make a like talk to a counselor and like, is there any way I can get out? Like I was trying to, because my dogs haven't been attended to today. So they're either dirty or starving, haven't gone to the restroom. Like I'm gonna have to go home and clean them.
Okay, you're getting a personal bond. Just
Yeah,
stop talking, let me think.
Okay,
How I can do this in a way that people would be safe, okay?
Oh, sorry, keeper. Good. Yeah, I don't like people abusing animals
So
either.
unit B is where the house is, where she would be living.
Yes, technically.
Well, isn't that what you told me, that unit A is where the business is?
So unit A is the primary for the business. The puppies are housed in unit A, like B. So that's why I said there's 4 bedrooms, her bedroom, mine, the babies. This room right here is where the mothers of the puppies and the like puppies in the incubators are housed. Unit B is what houses all the adult males. The reason why is just because of the temperature control. The puppies need a humidifier and oxygen tanks. You can't store that outside. And the pups in the incubator need to be attended to every 2 hours. Because that day that I left when all this happened too, when I removed myself, I lost 5 pups. That's why Travis County escorted me back in and escorted her out.
Why is she giving him a personal bond?
All right. So what I'll do is that you may not live at that Bonita Vista Drive address if she's living there. And you would have to get a judge to change that in order for you to live there. You can go there for the purpose of taking care of the animals, but you cannot live there. And you cannot do any threatening or harassing contact or communication with her.
That works.
Once you get out, if what you're saying is true, you need to get a lawyer. You need to figure out how you can be there and not her, if what you're saying is true.
That's why I said I was going to get a lawyer, because after she gave me that ultimatum, that's all the proof I needed, because the property was passed down to my grandmother. When she passed down, it was left under both of our names, but the house being built and the actual property lines down under mine. So that's why I was going to hire my lawyer, so I can get that done, to have her removed and me back in. That's why she was saying either I sign everything over or she's going to press charges. She was trying to give me the ultimatum to have no choice to do it. But that's kind of a lot to just give up like that.
What is this judge thinking of or writing? Is she the scribe that they use to make all those like scribed things that we see on the divorce case? She went to the school where Megan went to school, apparently, to be a lawyer. Seriously, lady, what the WTF right now? While we're waiting, what should we guess for the next one? I see to dip. I don't know if that's a word, but we can guess it. What else could we guess? Why don't we try that? Let's see. I'll try it. None of y'all type it. I type it. I do the typing around here. This lady takes so long. I fear that the kids will be growing up by the time she's done.
Right. So I changed this. You may not live there unless she's not living there, which if you get something worked out and she's not there, then either whatever is done, or if you have some kind of legal order, then you can live there. Otherwise, you may be there to take care of the animals and that's it. Then you've got the no threatening or harassing contact or communication towards her. And you're in a really difficult situation. And so you need legal advice on how to handle this so you don't end up getting arrested.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I know. I wasn't, the whole reason why I haven't left in general is if any of us vacates the property for more than 90 days, we lose how my grandma left it to us. It forfeits it to the other. That's the whole reason why I haven't left yet. Because it's 2 acres that are fenced in, but the total property, it's like 33 acres. So yeah, trust me, I get you. I've been looking into it the past couple of days.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. That's all.
All right. Do you promise to appear for your court hearings?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you fail to appear, you could end up with the warrant or capias for your arrest?
Yes, ma'am. Trust me, I'm not trying to ruin my background or get dishonorable discharge.
All right. Do you understand that on your paperwork, you'll have a court date that's about 3 weeks from now?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are telling me that you're going to hire a lawyer. So you need to get in touch with a lawyer who can help you with this case, as well as what other issues you may have.
Yes, ma'am. I have a personal lawyer already.
Okay. And then if you need to make phone calls, you just need to let them know, your post officer know. And then do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. All right. Miss Austin Ceballos.
Yes, ma'am.
Your charge is a Class B misdemeanor, driving while intoxicated. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a minimum of 72 hours in jail, up to 180 days in jail, and up to a $2,000 fine. Your bail is set at $2,500, and your bond condition is to do an alcohol evaluation. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
A court-appointed one, ma'am.
All right, so you are eligible for a personal bond, which means you don't have to put up any money to get out. Do you promise to appear for your court hearings?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand if you fail to appear, you could end up with the warrant or capias for your arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Court date in about 3 weeks. Look on your paperwork. Let me see if you qualify.
They'll give me the paperwork here,
Yeah, when you get released.
and then I'll be getting out today.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, this indicates that you may not qualify. So for a lawyer, court-appointed lawyer, so you may need to make a phone call to, you can look up Travis County Court Administration and ask them about a court-appointed lawyer, or you can also appear for your court hearing and ask the judge about a court-appointed lawyer.
I believe I have like a family lawyer or something like that with my dad, because I live here with my dad.
Okay, so you can hire a lawyer, or
An opportunity. Yeah, that's something optional, I believe.
okay, and if you aren't able to, because if you're not able to get an attorney, you can go to court and ask the judge to appoint one for you.
Okay.
And see if they will. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, just how long the process would take to get out today, so I can call my dad and let him know, because he's kind of older and I don't want to have to keep like bothering him.
It's usually 4 to 6 hours, depending on how busy they are.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Man.
This guy, Pedrito set a bond and signed a bond. In their white card, they just needed a little bit. Yes or no?
Wait, say that again.
So we're not magistrate, he waived. He has a bond set, which is the 5,000 or whatever he says. And then the bond conditions Pedrito set with a white card. So I just need to know if you want to do anything to it.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm almost finished. Yeah. All right, and then Mitchell Leonard.
Yes, ma'am.
You've got 2 charges. One is a Class A misdemeanor assault causing bodily injury. The range of punishment for and then you have a Class A misdemeanor criminal mischief. The range of punishment for a Class A misdemeanor is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. Your bail on the assault charge is $3,000. Bail on the criminal mischief is $500. Bond conditions are no contact with the complaining witness and 200 yards stay away from the complaining witness. Do you plan to hire a lawyer, or do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer?
Hire a lawyer.
All right, and then do you promise to appear for your court hearings?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand if you fail to appear, you could end up with a warrant or capias for your arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Court date in about 3 weeks, 4 to 6 hours to get out probably. If you need to make phone calls, let your post officer know. And then did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, and then Mr. Trevino, if you give me just a minute, let me look at yours.
Your first name, Mr. Trevino?
Augustine.
Okay, Augustine. I think we have 2 Trevinos, man.
Oh, okay, I've got Augustine.
Augustine, gotcha.
Yeah.
What is she thinking
Mr.
about?
Trevino,
Seriously.
do you have any references Anybody that pretrial could call to find out where you live and that sort of thing?
No, ma'am.
It's the woman taking so long. There's no delay. She's just not, it's not frozen. She's just taking forever.
All right, your charge is a graffiti case. It's a state jail felony based on the cost, I guess, to repair it. The range of punishment for a state jail felony, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a state jail term of 6 months to 2 years. Your bail is set at $3,000.
For some graffiti, goddamn.
It's a state jail felony.
I'm sorry, we got to go back for that again.
And a state jail term of 6 months to 2 years. Your bail is set at $3,000.
For some graffiti, goddamn.
It's a state jail felony. And then your bond condition, if you're able to get out, is supervision. You have to participate in supervision with pretrial services, which I think is usually calling in once a week. The other charge that you could have been charged with looks like it's not being pursued.
What charge is that?
It looks like it's a possession of controlled substance.
No.
Shocker.
What happened to that?
I'm just, based on the information I have in front of me, it's not being charged right now. So I don't know what will happen with that. It may be that they're not, that the DA's office is not going forward with it. Based on your, the criminal history and not having references or anything, I don't feel comfortable signing a personal bond today. If you're not able to post bond and get out, you can talk to your lawyer. Your lawyer can talk to a judge about the possibility of a personal bond, if that's something that another judge would be willing to do. And then you also, did you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also have 2 public intoxication cases. One is from 2019 and one is from 2020. These are in Austin Municipal Court. And I'm going to get these set for a criminal docket at Austin Municipal Court. Do you have any way to receive notice of that?
4430 Manchaca Road.
What is that address?
Excuse me?
What is that? Is that where you live?
That's where I get my mail.
And do you know the zip code?
78745.
So I will put that address down. You also have the responsibility to contact municipal court to see when this is set. Or you can also show up Monday through Thursday, either in the morning or in the afternoon, to the mitigation docket, and you could talk to somebody, talk to a prosecutor to see how you might be able to get your case resolved. Okay? If you don't take care of it or don't show up, you're going to end up with a warrant.
Are you on the intoxications?
Yes, sir. Those are for those cases. When you get out, you need to deal with those so you don't end up with more warrants.
Okay.
And then on the other charge, if you're not able to post bond to get out, talk to your lawyer about what your options are. Okay?
One was graffiti and the other is,
Well, the other one, it does not look like to me is being filed, and that was a possession case. So you're just dealing with the graffiti, but it is filed or charged as a state jail felony. So that's the lowest felony, but it is a felony. So talk to your lawyer about what your options are, what your rights are, okay?
okay,
All right. And then did you have any questions?
no ma'am.
All right, thank you.
So I'll go ahead and get the other two gentlemen ready and I'll call you back as soon as the translator's on board.
Oh, okay, thank you.
No translators, please. My brain can't handle that.
Muy bien, ahora le diré las opciones para.
Oh, is it Jike? Jike. Okay, so Guy, can you ask Ms. Jike if she can hear you?
Okay. Oui, bonsoir. Madame Jiquet, est-ce que vous
Oh,
m'entendez?
we're in a loop again, but this is what we're watching.
Yes, she is able to hear me.
Okay. All right, my name is Pam Sigmund, and I'm the judge who's going to go over some information with you all.
Alors, je m'appelle Pam Sigmund, je suis le juge qui va donc parcourir tout ce qui est à faire avec vous. D'accord?
We need to go over your rights.
Alors, on va discuter de vos droits.
Options for getting out.
Les options pour sortir.
And then I'll go over your individual circumstances and try to answer any questions you have.
Ensuite, on ira donc discuter de vos circonstances individuelles et je répondrai donc à vos questions si vous en avez.
So let me go over your rights with you first.
Alors, laissez-moi parcourir d'abord vos droits pour commencer.
You have the right to remain silent.
Vous avez le droit de garder le silence.
You don't have to say anything at any time about the facts of your case.
Vous n'êtes pas obligé de dire quoi que ce soit à n'importe quel moment sur les faits concernant votre situation, votre dossier.
Anything you do say could be used against you.
Cependant, tout ce que vous pourrez dire pourra être utilisé contre vous.
You have the right to have a lawyer represent you.
Alors, vous avez le droit de vous faire représenter par un avocat.
If you can't afford one, one will be appointed.
Si vous n'êtes pas en mesure de vous trouver un avocat, un avocat vous sera commis d'office.
And I'll ask you about that individually in just a moment.
Et donc, je vous poserai la question individuellement dans un petit moment.
Once you get a lawyer, you have a right to have a reasonable time to talk to your lawyer.
Une fois que vous aurez un avocat, vous avez le droit d'avoir une période de temps raisonnable pour discuter avec votre avocat.
To get your questions answered and to be ready for any hearings or trial.
Alors, pour que vous puissiez donc avoir une réponse à vos questions et pour que vous soyez donc prêt pour une audience ou pour votre présence à la cour.
You also have a right to have a lawyer with you if you're ever being questioned by the police or by a prosecutor.
Alors, vous avez aussi le droit d'avoir votre avocat présent si vous êtes interrogé soit par la police, soit par le procureur.
All you have to say is, I want a lawyer.
Tout ce que vous avez à dire, c'est « je veux mon avocat ».
If you are being questioned by the police or by a prosecutor and you don't want to answer their questions, you have a right to end the questioning at any time.
Si vous êtes interrogé soit par la police, soit par le procureur, et vous ne voulez pas répondre à leurs questions, vous avez le droit d'arrêter les questions, d'arrêter de répondre aux questions n'importe quoi.
If you are charged with a felony offense, you have the right to a pretrial hearing called an examining trial.
Alors, si vous êtes si vous êtes accusé d'un crime, vous avez droit à ce qu'on appelle une séance d'examination. D'accord? Donc, c'est une pré-audience. Une séance pré-audience pendant laquelle votre dossier est examiné.
And I believe this only applies to Miss Johnson.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So, Miss Johnson, that's where a judge would listen to evidence and determine if there's probable cause for the charge against you.
Alors, Madame Johnson, ça s'applique à vous? Donc, c'est donc pendant cette audience-là que le juge va écouter donc les faits et donc pour déterminer s'il y avait une cause probable dans votre situation.
So, at this point, for everyone, whether you have a felony or misdemeanor, a judge has determined there's probable cause by reviewing an affidavit.
Alors, à ce point-ci, pour tout le monde, que vous soyez donc inculpé d'un crime ou d'un délit, le juge a déterminé qu'il y avait cause probable par l'examination de l'affidavit.
And then, Ms. Johnson, you do have a right to an examining trial, so you may want to talk to your lawyer about that.
Alors, Madame Johnson, vous avez donc le droit vous avez le droit à une séance, donc ce qu'on appelle une audience d'examen, d'accord? Donc, il faudrait penser à discuter de cela avec votre avocat, d'accord?
If you are not a citizen of the United States, be aware that certain charges can affect your status and ability to stay in this country.
Si vous n'êtes pas citoyen des États-Unis, j'aimerais quand même vous informer que certaines inculpations peuvent affecter votre capacité à rester dans ce pays.
You also have the right to request that the embassy or consulate of your home country be notified that you're in custody.
Vous avez aussi le droit de contacter l'ambassade ou le consulat de votre pays, si vous le désirez.
If this applies to you and you want us to make that notification, you can let me know.
Alors, si ça s'applique à vous et vous voulez qu'on informe l'ambassade de votre pays d'origine, il faudra nous faire savoir, d'accord?
You can also talk to your lawyer and get advice from your lawyer who can help you with this as well.
Alors, vous pouvez aussi en discuter avec votre avocat et donc, écouter les conseils de votre avocat à ce sujet-là.
So now let me go over options for getting out.
Alors, maintenant, je vais donc discuter avec vous des options pour sortir.
The first option is a cash bond.
Alors, la première option, c'est une caution en espèces.
And that's where you put up the full amount of your bail. And as long as you show up for court, that money will eventually be returned to you.
Alors donc, dans ce cas-ci, vous donnez donc la somme totale en espèces de votre caution. Et sans que vous vous présentiez à la cour pour votre audience, cette somme vous sera remboursée.
The second option is a surety bond.
Alors, la deuxième option, c'est une caution de sécurité.
And that's where you pay a bail bond company or lawyer a fee and they post the bond for you.
Bon, dans ce cas-là, vous payez plutôt, pour la caution de sécurité, vous payez plutôt une compagnie qui s'occupe des cautions, d'accord, ou un avocat, et eux, donc, sont donc responsables de payer la caution en votre nom.
The fee is
Go ahead.
The fee is usually 10 to 20% of your bail amount.
Les frais, généralement, c'est entre 10 et 20% du total de votre caution.
But because you're paying them a fee, you don't get that money back like you do with a cash bond.
Alors, parce que vous leur payez donc des frais, cet argent ne vous est pas retourné comme la caution que vous payez en espèces.
And if you want to use the phone after we're finished, just let your post officer know.
Si vous avez l'intention d'utiliser le téléphone après notre entretien, on aura terminé, informez votre officier.
And then the third option is a personal bond.
Donc la troisième option, c'est une caution personnelle.
And that's where a judge authorizes you to be released based on your promise to come back to court.
Et donc, dans ce cas-là, le juge autorise qu'on vous libère sous la promesse que vous allez vous représenter au tribunal.
You don't have to put up any money in order to get out.
Vous n'avez pas, dans ce cas-là, besoin de donner une somme quelconque pour sortir.
And we'll discuss whether you qualify for that when I go over your individual circumstances.
Et je vais donc discuter avec vous, si vous êtes éligible. Bon, je vais revenir sur chacun d'entre vous, oui et non.
All right, Ms. Jike, we'll go over your case first.
Alors, Madame Jike, on va donc discuter de votre dossier d'abord.
So your charge is a Class B misdemeanor, leaving the scene of an accident.
Alors, dans votre situation, c'est un délit de classe B. Vous avez quitté le lieu d'un accident.
The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty.
Alors, si vous êtes donc reconnu coupable, la durée de punissement est la suivante.
Is a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Alors, dans ce cas-là, vous allez plutôt payer une amende qui ne dépassera pas la somme de $2,000.
And a jail term not to exceed 180 days, or both the jail term and fine.
Et 180 jours en cellule maximum. Et ou alors, il peut arriver qu'on vous demande de payer une amende et de passer quelques jours en prison.
For everyone, as I go over the range of punishment, it may be that if you're found guilty, probation is available or some other type of program.
Alors, pour tout le monde, quand je vais donc discuter de votre punition individuelle, il est possible que la probation puisse être disponible au lieu des autres options de punition.
And Ms. Jike, your bill is set at $2,000.
Madame Diquet, votre caution est le montant de votre caution, c'est de $2,000.
You do qualify for a personal bond. which means you can be released, and we'll talk about that more in just a minute.
Alors, vous êtes éligible pour une caution personnelle. Donc, pour vous libérer, on va en discuter dans quelques minutes.
Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
Alors, est-ce que vous voulez voir si vous êtes éligible pour un avocat commis d'office par la Cour, ou alors avez-vous l'intention de vous-même vous procurer votre propre avocat?
Non, je ne peux pas me procurer un avocat, je n'ai pas les moyens de ça.
Excusez-moi, madame, je n'ai pas bien suivi.
J'ai dit non, je ne peux pas me procurer un avocat, je n'ai pas les moyens pour ça. Et c'est beaucoup plus cher.
I'm not able to find.
It was
to find a
Cliff,
lawyer.
yeah.
I don't have the finance to do that.
Okay, so I'll put a court-appointed lawyer on here.
Okay. Donc ici, je vais noter avocat commis d'office.
It looks like you do qualify for a court-appointed lawyer.
Et il semble que vous êtes effectivement éligible pour un avocat commis d'office.
So because you're going to be released, because you're going to be released, a lawyer should call you in the next week or so.
Alors, parce que vous allez être libéré, un avocat devrait vous appeler dans les prochaines semaines.
If you haven't heard from a lawyer, you need to either call the number on the paperwork you're given.
Alors, si vous n'avez pas encore reçu un appel d'un avocat, vous devez soit composer le numéro sur les documents qu'on va vous donner,
or you could possibly look it up online.
Ou alors vous pouvez aussi regarder le numéro de téléphone en ligne.
Just look your case up online to see, answer questions about your court date or your lawyer.
Oui, vous pouvez aussi retrouver votre dossier en ligne. Donc, pour retrouver la date de votre audience, et votre avocat.
When you get, are you finished?
No, yes.
When you get released, you'll get a paperwork that shows a court date about 3 weeks from now.
Quand on va vous libérer, on va vous donner des documents, et sur ces documents, vous aurez une date d'audience qui sera à peu près 3 semaines à partir d'aujourd'hui.
So you need to make sure that you go to that court date, and so that you don't end up with a warrant for your arrest.
Alors, soyez sûr, vraiment, veillez à vous présenter au tribunal à la date requise pour éviter de vous retrouver sous un mandat d'arrêt. D'accord?
If you're supposed to be in court, don't miss court.
Si vous devez être au tribunal ce jour-là, ne manquez surtout pas votre audience.
Do you promise to appear for your court hearings?
Est-ce que vous faites la promesse de venir vous présenter pour votre audience?
Oui, je promets.
Yes.
Do you understand if you fail to appear, you could end up with a warrant or capias for your arrest?
Alors, est-ce que vous comprenez que si vous ne vous présentez pas à la cour, il est possible qu'on ait un mandat d'arrêt soit émis contre vous?
Oui.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions?
Est-ce que vous avez une question, des questions?
Non, merci.
Okay.
No, thank you.
If you need to make a phone call to make arrangements for a ride or anything, you can let the post officer know.
Alors, si vous avez besoin de faire des arrangements pour votre transport, ou appeler quelqu'un, vous pouvez informer l'officier de poste.
Oui, je suis un peu confuse. Là où on a parlé de $2,000, c'est à déposer quand?
I'm a little bit confused. You mentioned $2,000. Is there a date for that?
No, you don't have to put up any money to be released. If you don't show up for court, they could try to get that money from you at that point.
Non. Alors, vous n'avez pas besoin de payer quoi que ce soit pour sortir. D'accord?
D'accord.
Si vous ne vous présentez pas au tribunal le jour de votre audience, à ce moment-là, il est possible qu'on demande de payer cette somme-là. D'accord?
That's why I'm saying don't miss court.
Pour cette raison qu'on vous rappelle, ne manquez surtout pas votre audience.
D'accord.
Okay, anything else?
Autre chose?
Non.
Okay.
Non, merci.
All right, thank you.
Merci.
And Guy, thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for using our services. You have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
One returning to the one. Returning.
All right, Miss Alexa Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your charge is a second-degree felony, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $10,000 and a jail term of not more than 20 years, nor less than 2 years, or both. Your bail is set at $25,000. Bond conditions are you have to participate in a violence evaluation, no contact with the complaining witness, 200 yards stay away from the complaining witness, and electronic monitor that has to be placed on in jail before you could be released. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
I want to see if I qualify for the court-appointed lawyer.
And it looks like, based on this information here, that you do. With this type of charge, a felony charge that involves violence, the law does not allow for a personal bond. So you either have to post the bond through the cash bond or a surety. If you're not able to post bond, you can talk to your lawyer about whether you can get a bond reduction or something else like that. But you'll have to talk to your lawyer if you're still here about what your other options are. Okay. So do you have any questions about anything?
No. So as of right now, I don't qualify for the PR bond.
Right. The law doesn't allow you to get one. If it's a felony and that changed back in December, can't remember if it was just last December or a year and a half ago. But the law doesn't allow for a personal bond for this offense. But you can talk to your lawyer about what your other options are. And if you can't post the bond, you possibly could get a bond reduction. Okay? So talk to your lawyer to see what your options are.
I'm sorry. And so the monitor that's supposed to be placed on before I leave, is that a GPS monitor or is that
It's electronic monitor, so a little bit different, but it's county funded, so you don't have to pay for that. You just have to abide by the rules of it. Okay. And then, you would I mean, I think the bigger issue for you is the bail amount. So
Yeah.
talk to your lawyer to see what your options are for that.
Okay.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you. All right, Heidi Stein.
Hi.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Your charge is a Class A misdemeanor assault. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. Your bail is set at $3,500. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
I'll hire a lawyer.
All right. So, the pretrial tried to contact the complaining witness, and we haven't been able to reach him, and we don't have any references. Do you have any references that pretrial could call in order to see if we would even consider doing a personal bond?
Okay. I guess I'm just a little bit confused because the person in question is my boyfriend that I live with, and he did not press charges. It was the officers that decided to go forward.
Well, it looks like he's not requesting an emergency protective order, but the officers can pursue the charges, even if the complaining witness may not want to, but we don't have any of that information because we haven't been able to reach him. So,
I've spoken to him twice since being here. I can give you his cell number if you'd like.
Okay, what is that? And I'll see if it's the same one we have.
It's not available here. I won't let that happen.
Out what the situation is to see if I would consider doing a personal bond. You don't have any criminal history. So I just need to know a little bit more about what's going on between you all and what the plan is going forward. So I will do that. Of course, your bail is set at $3,500. If you don't get a personal bond, then you would have to post bond.
Okay.
Did you have any questions about that?
Would I get out faster if I just post the bond and get out quicker, or is the process of having to call Kevin and go back and forth going to take?
If he answers the phone, then if I approve the personal bond, it may take 4 to 6 hours. If you post the bond, I don't know. I'm thinking it takes about the same amount of time for you to get out. It's a matter of the jail being able to process the paperwork and get you out of here. That's what tends to take the time. So if I reach him, then there may be a quick answer. If not, you'll want to probably post the bond.
All right.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. I will check on that.
Is Class A or Class B misdemeanor? Like, which one's worse?
Class A. Did you remember? Did you hear what I said? The range of punishment was the range of punishment is a fine not to exceed $4,000 and a jail term not to exceed 1 year or both. So that's a Class A. Class B is below that. Class C is below that. So this is a Class A misdemeanor.
I was told that I was being checked in here that it was Class B.
No, assault is always a Class A, unless it can be a Class C, but that's very low level. So that's not what this was, or the allegation is not that. So it's a Class A.
I see.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, and then Kelly Tabor, just so you know, you do qualify for a personal bond. So let me go through this information with you. Your charge is a Class A misdemeanor driving while intoxicated. The range of punishment for this, if you're found guilty, is a minimum of 30 days in jail, up to a year in jail, and or up to a $4,000 fine. Your bail is set at $3,500. Your bond condition is to do an alcohol evaluation. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, or do you plan to hire a lawyer?
I plan to hire a lawyer.
Okay, so you do qualify for a personal bond. Do you promise to appear for your court hearings?
I promise.
And do you understand if you fail to appear, you could end up with the warrant or capias for your arrest?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you'll be given a paperwork. It'll have a court date that's about 3 weeks from now. You should also be able to look it up online, get your lawyer in place before that court date, preferably, so you have somebody to help you with all that. You should be released in the next 4 to 6 hours. You need to make a phone call, let your post officer know you'd like to do that. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, actually at about 6 o'clock, my friend was going to get a bail bondsman, but I don't really know how it works. So I don't know if that was already in the process or if I had to see you first, or.
I mean, your friend may have talked to somebody about that. I don't know. I mean, you have a personal bond where you don't have to put up any money to get out.
Right.
So
I just didn't know if that had already started, and so if I still, I'm just.
Well, when we're finished, you can ask to make phone calls, I guess, and check to see what the status of it is.
Okay.
Rower.
Okay.
Rower. The answer is
Any other
rower.
questions?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
One had a question, Judge.
Hi. Sorry, I just got a little bit nervous when I was talking with you, and I just want to make sure I gave you the right phone number.
Okay. What is? Six.
Correct.
Okay. I'll ask them to call that number. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Back here. One second. It'll.
Hold on for 1 minute, guys. I got something good coming up for us, and then we will see where we get. You know, this is one of my faves. I don't know if we've seen it yet. I don't think we have. Give me 1 second. Hang it. Come on, kitchen. Get with the damn program. Kitch. Oh, good guess. Good guess. Good guess.
This court's going to call cause number C 242307. This is in the 317th District Court of Jefferson County, Texas, and it's in the interest of Julian Kenneth Dillon. Mr. Martinez, Miss Dillon, and Miss Boudreaux, please raise your right hands. Miss Boudreaux, you'll need to unmute. Miss Boudreaux, you'll need to unmute. Are you unmuted, Miss Boudreaux?
Yes, sir.
The parties and Miss Boudreaux, do y'all solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Sir.
Yes, I do. Y'all can all put your hands down. All right, Ms. Overstreet. This appears to be a petition to establish that you filed back in November.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I'm looking at my court file and I do not see that DNA testing has been completed. Mr. Martinez, this is what's called a petition to establish a paternity, old school paternity suit. In a case like this, Mr. Martinez, you're entitled to ask me for DNA testing if you wish to have it. You don't have to take a DNA test if you're absolutely certain that Julian is your son. Then you don't have to take a test. But just, hold on. Let me finish my spiel, okay?
Sorry.
just remember, this is your day to take one. If you have any doubt, I would advise you to take one because I'm not going to give you one in a couple of years if you have doubts then. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. He's been admonished. Go ahead, Ms. Overstreet. You can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to call Miss Dillon. Can you state your name?
My name is Caitlin Ashley Dillon.
And you are the mother of Julian Kenneth Dillon?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, when this case was originally filed back in November of 2022, what county did you live in?
I lived in Jefferson.
And how long had you lived in Jefferson back then?
A year.
Okay. And then at some point after this was filed, did you move to a different county?
Yes, ma'am. I actually moved about a few weeks later.
Okay. And now what? So you moved a few weeks later after it was filed?
Yes. If it was filed November 2022, I moved at the beginning of December 2022.
Okay. Now, so what county do you live in now?
I live in Hardin County.
Okay. But you're asking the court, since we had jurisdiction when it was filed, to go forward, and you understand that everything from now on will be in Jefferson County.
Oh, yes, ma'am. That's perfectly fine.
Okay. Now, do you have any safety concerns or issues with your address being in the court order?
I do. I would prefer if it wasn't. If it is, I would prefer that it be made clear that no one is welcome to show up at my residence at any time.
So in the last 2 years, have there been any incidents of family violence or anything specific that you can tell the judge about as to why you don't want your address in the court order?
Yes, ma'am. So Skylar Martinez was living with his parents whenever we established paternity, and he actually got kicked out for being drunk and being violent. And so my concern is, I don't want him showing up over here drunk and acting out.
Okay. Now, when Julian was born, shortly after that, did you and Mr. Martinez go and do your own DNA testing?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, Skylar paid for the paternity test. We had it done in Beaumont at a lab. So
okay, and that DNA test showed that he was the father.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was in what month?
That was October of 2021.
Okay, and now I forgot to ask you this. The child does live with you, correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And are you asking the court to find that Mr. Martinez is the legal father of Julian Kenneth Dillon?
What do you mean?
Well, are you asking the court to find that he's the father?
Yes,
okay.
Ma'am.
And are you asking the court to leave the child's last name Dillon or change it to Martinez?
I would prefer it stay Dillon. I don't mind if it's hyphenated.
Okay. So you wouldn't mind if it was Dillon - Martinez?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. Now, is Mr. Martinez a good father?
No.
Can you tell the court why you think he is not a good father?
Skylar's not a good father because he abandoned all his fatherly responsibilities, including visitation and financial responsibility for Julian, merely because of the fact that I did not want to pursue a romantic relationship with him.
Okay. When was the last time he saw the child?
To my knowledge, the last time he saw Julian was February of 2022, late February.
Okay. Now, since he has not seen the child in a while, the judge is going to do some supervised visitation. Is there a place where you would prefer that supervised visitation
You don't
occur?
know that, Miss Overstreet.
Well, if the judge does supervised visitation,
Don't do that, Miss Overstreet. Don't presume what my ruling is before all the evidence is heard.
Okay, we're going back for a couple minutes to listen to this again. Dang, son. Love Judge Webster so much. I would really like to have a dinner with Judge Webster. I have some fun questions for him.
To my knowledge, Julian, merely because of the fact that I did not want to pursue a romantic relationship with him.
Okay. When was the last time he saw the child?
To my knowledge, the last time he saw Julian was February of 2022, late February.
Okay. Now, since he has not seen the child in a while, the judge is going to do some supervised visitation. Is there a place where you would prefer that supervised visitation occur?
You don't know that, Miss Overstreet.
Well, if the judge does supervised visitation,
Don't do that, Miss Overstreet. Don't presume what my ruling is before all the evidence is heard.
If the judge were to order that, is there a place where you would prefer the supervised visitation be?
Yes, ma'am. I would prefer the supervised visits be at his parents' house, which is 5 minutes from his residence, if that.
Okay. And does the child go to his parents' house kind of on a regular basis?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever I'm working, he stays overnight with his parents, usually about 2 or 3 days at a time.
Okay. And does Mr. Martinez live there?
No, he got kicked out of his parents' house, so he lives a few minutes down the road.
And do you know whether or not whenever the child's there, if Mr. Martinez goes and visits with the child, or do you not know?
He does not go over there. From my understanding, him and his parents do not have a good relationship, and he hasn't been welcome over there.
Then why would they be able to supervise?
Because the reason they don't have a good relationship with him is because he didn't choose to be a father, and they don't support that. So
You just told me why you think they would. I asked you why you thought his parents would be good people to supervise if Mr. Martinez is not allowed in that residence.
Because he'd be allowed back over there to see Julian.
Okay. So in your opinion, you believe that his parents, Mr. Martinez's parents, would allow the supervision to take place in their household?
Oh yeah, I've talked to them about it.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Overstreet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, how is Julian covered for insurance?
Through Medicaid.
And do you have any personal knowledge one way or the other what Mr. Martinez, anything about his income?
To my knowledge, he got hired on at HEB Plus in February of last year, and that he still works there.
Okay. Now, do you have any knowledge one way or the other of whether he has any other children under the age of 18?
So from my understanding, after Julian was born, I come to find out that he does have another child out there somewhere that he signed his rights away to.
Okay. Now, so Mr. Martinez has known at least since October of 2021 that the child was his. Now, are you asking for any back child support or just child support going forward?
Back child support, for sure.
And since the time that he found out that the child was his, has he helped you financially with the child?
So after he found out that Julian was his, I had recently moved into an apartment, and he helped me pay my rent for about 3-4 months. And then after that, he didn't help at all.
And can you give the judge a total amount of how much he gave you?
It was roughly 600 because my rent was 525, and I just asked him to help me pay half, which was I just let it be 200.
Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further of this witness. I'd like to pass the witness and call Mr. Martinez.
Go ahead.
Mr. Martinez, excuse me, can you state your name?
Skylar Cole Martinez.
And
Miss Overstreet has had this cough for like a year and a half, by the way. Just so you know. I'd like to know who's covering her for Medicare.
What county do you live in?
In Hardin County.
Okay. And Miss Dillon had testified that sometime in October of 2021, after the child was born, y'all had the DNA, and that it stated that you were Julian's father. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you recall seeing the child?
Probably like late February, early April of 2022.
Okay. Now, if the judge were to order the supervised visit, any supervised visits for you to get to know the child again, would are you agreeable with that happening at your parents' home?
I think I myself should probably speak to my attorney first before, and maybe, or
hold on. Mr. Martinez, you do understand that this is a trial in regards to Julian.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, if you were going to have an attorney, why isn't your attorney here?
Okay. True. I did ask them about that too, but okay. Fair point. Never mind.
Do you have an attorney, Mr. Martinez?
I do.
Have you hired the attorney?
Yes.
You've paid this person money?
Yes, sir.
Who is the attorney?
Here, let me get my documents real quick.
And I apologize, Your Honor. This is the first time I've heard that he had an attorney.
You're good, Miss Overstreet. You're fine. You don't know the name of your attorney, Mr. Martinez?
I don't know it like off the top of my head. I have to read it.
You deal with that many attorneys, Mr. Martinez, that you don't remember which one you hired?
It's really a group. Other assistants. It's called. Where's the name of it?
I'm not worried about the firm, Mr. Martinez. I want to know the actual name of the attorney that you paid money to.
Let's see here. Process servers, and then it's this one, which is Kim Cantu.
Kim Cantu. And where is Mr. Cantu located? What city and state?
Oh no, my bad. No, this this is Fast Serve Civil Processing, Lee Processing, Dallas Process Server.
Yes, that's not.
These are all different.
So you're not able to come up with a name, Mr. Martinez, of who you hired?
I guess not at the moment.
Okay.
No, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Overstreet. There's no attorney.
Okay, thank you. I believe my last question was, are you agreeable to doing if there are any supervised visits at your parents' house?
If I'm agreeable with it?
Yes.
I mean, I'm okay with it, but I still didn't really want visitation.
Then don't exercise it.
Yeah, okay, I didn't.
Just because I give you something, Mr. Martinez, doesn't mean you got to use it.
Yeah,
now
I didn't understand the premises. I'm sorry.
The question was
That's sad. That's very sad. I'm a mother. My daughter is 14 years old. Makes me sad that any parent wouldn't want to see their child at any point for any reason. Doesn't really make sense. So that probably just sealed his fate in the books of Judge Webster right there. Even if he doesn't understand the premises, or he does.
Was different. I'll give you that.
Are you asking for the child's last name to stay as Dylan, or are you wanted to do Martinez? Are you okay with the hyphenated?
I know she had stated she's okay with it being hyphenated, and like I stated previously earlier, I know other people would want it hyphenated. Me myself personally, I don't want to cause any more problems, so I would prefer if it just stayed the same.
To stay Dylan?
I think she would like that. I think she would like that.
Okay. Now, do you have any other children under the age of 18?
No.
And where are you currently working?
HEV.
And what do you do there?
I'm a perishable goods stocker.
And how much do you make an hour?
$15 an hour.
And how many hours a week do you typically work?
Like 24 to 26.
And do you have health insurance available for the child?
No, ma'am, I don't.
And now, Ms. Dillon had mentioned that you had given her about $600 previously to help with her rent. Do you recall, is that about how much you've helped her financially since you found out the child was yours?
It sounds correct.
Okay. Now, how long have you worked at HEB?
For a little bit over a year now.
And where did you work before that?
At FedEx.
And how long did you work there?
For a little bit, like 5 months, 6 months, something like that.
So starting in about mid 2021?
Yeah.
And how much I'm sorry, say that again?
I started during the summer because it was real hot and stuff. I remember that.
Okay. And do you remember how much you were working there as a driver?
Yeah.
And do you remember how much you made an hour there?
No, I didn't make any hourly wage. I made a weekly salary. I made, I think it was around 480 or 500. It was between that.
Okay. And that was before taxes?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I have nothing further. And I have no further witnesses.
All right, hold on one second. Mr. Martinez, you working at HEB?
Yes, sir.
How come you only working 26 hours a week?
Because I'm only part-time.
Why?
Because I guess because our department's so full of employees. I mean, I've been working really hard, working up, trying to get full-time. It just hasn't come my way just yet.
Right. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Dillon, is there anything else you think I need to know about this case before I make a ruling?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, is there anything else you think I need to know about this case before I make a ruling?
No, sir.
The court's going to find the court has jurisdiction. The court's going to find that Mr. Skylar Martinez is, in fact, the biological, and now I'm going to find him to be the legal father of the child, Dylan. I'm going to find that it is certainly not in Julian's best interest, not Dylan, I'm sorry, Julian's best interest for the parties to be joint managing conservators. Miss Dillon will be the sole managing conservator of Julian. Mr. Martinez will be a possessory conservator of the child. I'm going to order visitation. The visitation will be a phased-in visitation schedule with 20 visits at each phase. All visits all supervised visits will be in the home of the paternal grandparents. If Mr. Martinez chooses not to absolute visitation, that's his choice. But I'll give him the right if he chooses not to use them. That's up to him. I'll order Miss Dillon to maintain the current health insurance on the child. There will be no domicile restriction in this case, and there will be no non-disclosure. I have no evidence of any family violence between Miss Dillon and Mr. Martinez, and therefore I cannot grant non-disclosure. Child support in this case is going to be based on the information that Mr. Martinez gave me. Child support will be $295 a month plus $40 a month in cash medical. Those payments will begin June the 1st of 2023. Retroactive child support will be granted for the time period at least since the date that the DNA testing was completed. I'll find that retroactive child support in the amount of $5,600. That'll be paid back at a rate of $50 a month, also beginning June the 1st. Court costs by Mr. Martinez, but I'll give him until November the 30th of 2023 to pay my court costs. Ms. Overstreet, did the state of Texas hear all the terms and conditions of my court order?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Right when you said it's child support, I was coughing. You said 225, right?
295.
Okay, thank you. I was coughing and I didn't hear. I heard everything else.
Ms. Dillon and Mr. Martinez, what's going to happen now is Ms. Overstreet's office is going to send me a proposed order. If it matches what my ruling is today, I'm going to sign it and get it back to them, and then they're going to make a copy and send it to each of you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I appreciate you.
A loser.
This court's going to call cause number C240774. This is in the 317th District Court of Jefferson County, Texas, and it's in the interest of Julian Rodriguez. Miss Casey Hebert, would you raise your right hand and tell me that your hand is in the air?
My hand is in the air.
Miss Hebert, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You can put your hand down. Mr. Rodriguez, would you raise your right hand and tell me that your hand is in the air?
My hand's in there.
Jesus Rodriguez, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. All right, Miss Alexander, it's been announced to the court that you believe you have an agreed order in regards to this child.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, your witnesses have been sworn. You may put your agreement on the record.
Thank you, Judge. And the state would call Casey Hebert. Casey, what is your full name?
My first name is Casey. My last name is Hebert, Hebert.
You need to speak up just a teeny weeny little bit more.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My first name is Casey. My last name is Hebert.
Thank you. And what is the name of the child before the court today?
Julian Rodriguez.
And what is Julian's date of birth?
10/28/19.
Okay, and you both signed an acknowledgement of paternity as it relates to Julian, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you and Mr. Rodriguez just recently reconciled?
Yes.
Okay. Had you previously been separated?
Yes, for about a year.
Okay. Thank you. And how is the child covered with health insurance?
He's covered through Medicaid.
Okay. So we've come to an agreement today that it's going to be joint managing conservator, and you're going to be the primary person designated to choose where Julian resides. And that's going to be within Jefferson County or any county that touches Jefferson County. Is that your agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And just to clarify, when you were separated for that year, where did Julian primarily reside?
He was with me.
Okay. And we're going to abandon any requests as to any visitation or any child support and any retro, meaning back child support, as you are both residing together. Is that your agreement?
Yes.
Okay. And your address is going to be put in the court records, and you have no problems with that. Is that your agreement?
Yes.
Okay. But we're going to, as the Child Zone Government Assistance, we're going to ask Mr. Rodriguez, and he's in agreement. He's going to pay $25 a month for the cash medical support, and that'll begin June 1st, 2023. Is that your agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel that these orders at this time are in the best interest of Julian?
Yes.
Okay. And are you asking the judge to grant these orders?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
And the state will call Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, what is your full name?
Jesus Rodriguez.
Okay. And what's the name of the child before the court?
Julian Rodriguez.
Okay. And both you and mom had signed an acknowledgement of paternity as it relates to Julian, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long had you separated before you reconciled?
For about a year.
Okay. And you're both reconciled and you're trying to work things out, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did Julian primarily live with? Who did Julian primarily live with when you were separated?
With his mom.
Okay, so you're in agreement that it's going to be joint managing conservator, and mom will be the primary person to designate where Julian will reside anywhere in Jefferson County or any county that touches Jefferson County. Is that your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, we're going to abandon any requests for any visits or any child support or any back child support, as you are both currently residing together. Is that your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how Julian is covered with health insurance?
Medicare.
Oh, is that Medicaid?
Yeah.
Okay. But you're going to reimburse the state for $25 a month, and that'll begin June 1st, 2023. Is that your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you feel that these orders are in the best interest of Julian?
Yes.
Okay. Are you asking the court to grant these terms that you both agreed to?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor. No further witnesses.
Okay. So the state has agreed, AG's office has agreed to no child support in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, as the parties are residing together.
Okay. All right. Y'all do understand that I don't have to go along with this agreement, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't.
Okay.
There's a real simple reason. You're going to do conservatorship. I'm going to require that we have a visitation. So I'm going to add standard possession into the order, even though y'all are living together. That way I don't have to address it later on if y'all separate again, okay?
Okay.
That just gives Mr. Rodriguez weekend visitation if y'all separate sometime again in the future, all right?
Say bye, Donna.
Ms. Hebert, do you agree with my change?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Rodriguez, do you agree with my change?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you agree on a date, Ms. Alexander, for when my court costs were due?
I think I may have mentioned to the parties at the end of November. So November 30th, Judge?
That's fine by me. That fine by you, Mr. Rodriguez, as far as when the court costs are due?
Yeah.
All right. Anything further from the state?
Nothing further from the state. So all the other terms are in agreement with just adding standard position.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Got it. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Hebert, did you hear and understand all the terms and conditions of the agreement that were just placed on my record?
Yes.
Do you agree to those terms?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, the same question. Do you agree to those terms?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. The court's going to find the court has jurisdiction. The court's going to find, based on the testimony of the parties, that I do find that it is certainly in Julian's best interest to go along with the agreement that's been placed on my record. I will name the parties as joint managed conservators of the child, with Ms. Hebert as the parent with the right to establish the primary residence of the child. I will also make the finding that
I have never been able to figure out what her accent is. I feel like it's like old, like maybe her parents were British or New Zealand and she lived there till she was 4. That's my guess.
the parties are living together at this time, and therefore Mr. Rodriguez will be ordered to pay 0 child support, but the mother will be ordered to maintain the health insurance that she has on Julian, and as such, Mr. Rodriguez will begin paying $25 a month in cash medical beginning June the 1st of 2023. There'll be no retroactive child support in this case. There will be a domicile restriction as per the local rule, and Mr. Rodriguez will be awarded standard possession as that term is defined by the Texas Family Code. Mr. Rodriguez will be responsible for court costs, but I will give him until November the 30th of 2023 to pay my court cost. Ms. Alexander, was that the agreement that you placed on the record?
Just to clarify, Your Honor, was still abandoning the back child support.
Yes, ma'am. No retro child support. Yes, ma'am. All right. Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Hebert, what's going to happen now is Ms. Alexander's office is going to send me a proposed order. If it matches what y'all agreed to and what I announced on the record today, I'm going to sign it, get it back to them. Then they're going to make a copy of it, mail it to each of you. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I appreciate you both being here today. Thanks for being good parents. And you both free.
You're free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, you as well are now also free to go. I understand I normally do late nights. It seems early for us, but I have been doing it for 5 hours. I have a few things to do. I love you all so much. Please be excited for some fun things coming up this week. And please let me know if you have any great court that you want me to watch. I love watching court with you guys. You know that. I am excited to do lots of fun and new things with you. Bluebell, can say good night to everybody, please? Can you come up? Come here. Come up and say night night. Say the kitchen is closed. All right, guys, I appreciate you so much. I thank you so much for everything. We will be back tomorrow night. Please check out all the creators I have linked on my channel page. They are amazing. We work as a team and we have a wonderful time. This is sort of like the after hours hangout for everybody and for you too. Well, look at me. Jesus. YouTube daddy's not going to like that too much. Let's get going. Okay. I love you all. Have a great night. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. And yes, please work on Larry's new looks. I will feature all of them. I love you all.